try this. I need to change this. Nope. Holy balls is loud. He's so fucking hairy. Scritches. Scritches for baby Foco. Scritches. Oh, he's so fucking cute. I need to make more videos of the cats. That's what I need to do. All right, back to browser for Firefox. That way, oh, I see. I did it the wrong button. That way I don't accidentally fucking get my shit DMCA'd or whatever. All right. And then this video, I want to reduce the volume for being background music. There's just so many things. I guess I could have a separate tab dedicated with a video with a volume slider, but it probably resets all the time. Anyway, hello everyone. Hope everybody's good. Got some cool videos and things to look at. Some news, but it's not like 100% depressing news. No guarantees forever, but you know. Some topics that I saw people were covering, but then I had to go to sleep, and then I just was sleeping. I think I got some pretty good sleep. I didn't bring my fucking Fitbit out of the shower. Let me see. God, I hate... Like, how do I just want to get to my fucking account. What the fuck? Fitbit account. Online dashboard. There we go. Wait, that's the community. Oh my god. Dev Fitbit. I just want to sign into my fucking account. Oh my god. That's so funny that Google's own bullshit doesn't even pull up its own thing. Probably because they want you to use the fucking app. Honestly. Oy. I guess I can do it on the app, maybe. Health. I have it in a folder called Health. Health. Fitbit. Sleep. Oh, wow. Wait, what? It says I slept 7 hours? But then the fill-up bar is not very filled up, which is weird. Is that... I don't know why. Oops. You can see it here. I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait, it wasn't working right, wasn't it? Oh, here it is. Yeah, but it just does this. It doesn't pull it up for some reason. Gar. Some privacy bullshit. I had to, like, do this. It's like, awake 50 minutes. REM 2 hours and 17 minutes. Light 4 hours. Deep 45 minutes. Is that why this is like so not filled up? I don't understand. But I got an 88, which is good, I guess. I'm within the benchmark here, but not within the benchmark here. But otherwise, I got too much REM sleep. Is that a thing? I guess. Typical range for people like you. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Estimated oxygen variation. Low. Well, don't worry. If I got premium, they would tell you everything they secretly know about you. That was a good sleep for me. That's probably why I feel decent. Again, people have, sometimes they have this like sleep anxiety where they like, oh no, if I track my sleep, then I know I'm a piece of shit. I don't know. I don't worry about the sleep too much, I guess. Maybe I should more. Maybe I should have more sleep anxiety, but I don't. Ugh. Use this mouthwash and now it's like lingering. Just mix that mint and fucking room temperature Mountain Dew. That'll fix it. That was the answer. Just use a fucking app. And this fucking thing doesn't work, so I'll just delete this page. Remove. Yes. One less thing for it to fucking suck my resources out. Because right now I'm using up like fucking, according to this, I'm using like 6 milliseconds average time to render frame. That's not normal. Something's wrong. I don't know, the face tracker's turned on. It's definitely not. I have a little thing to track if it is or not. So, I don't know. I've done something wrong. I've done something wrong. Oh, also, I was thinking about, just total side note bullshit. How, you know how I have this thing? You may not know, but I have this thing that I use for when I go to the bathroom. So I have like a frozen version of myself. So that way it doesn't look like I'm not watching the video. Because I usually have my earpiece in, right? I have my earpiece in. I'm taking a piss real quick. But people have like the chair streamer. So I wanted to have a thing. But I could utilize the frozen picture to be like a PNG tuber of myself instead. Source search. This is, yeah. It's a thing I've done before. Clone. Source clone camera main. Let's see. All right, is this it? No. Is this it? That's kind of everything there. Ah, this is it. So now, this is called CamLink Pro with background remove. So if I go into my Wavelink, add a filter, add a move fuck. What's it called? Audio move. Boom, got it. Scene is... Oh, fuck. What scene is that in? I can tell in a second here. That is inside of our camera, desk camera. Let me just pull it up here. So, I need to go into scene, parenthesis, our camera, desk camera, source. Wait, what? Huh? Camlink Pro 1 with background removed is supposed to be inside of our... Oh, it's 360 desk. I always mix that up. Okay. That's why you double check. Our camera, desk camera, Camlink Pro 1 with background remove. Wait, you can... There I am. There I am. Right? So transform. See how when I talk, it's moving now? So I would be like, position... Okay, let's just do scale. Whoa, too much scale. Base value. 100? Base value? No. Factor? Wait. Instead of 1,000, put it at like 100. So... What about... Oh, okay, so base value 100? 100? No? No? Too much? 1? Oh, interesting. It's a little too much. I can just do Y scale? Ah, interesting. That kind of works, but you would need to make it like... One is okay. Factor can be like 0.5. So it just moves it a little bit. That kind of works. It's a little weird. It's like I'm stretching down and then stretching up. I'd rather stretch up. I think. And scale. Scale kind of works, but it's not centered, which is the issue. I guess instead of having, well, yeah. Magnitude is fine. Threshold, wait, what? Wait, what? That's interesting. Wait, what? Oh. So 0 puts it out of space. So base value reduces it by a little bit. I guess that makes sense. And then 100 keeps it exactly the same. And I can reduce the factor, so that way it's just almost nothing. But then it's something. Again, I still look like I'm moving to the right. I've answered a lot of questions. Sorry, Mr. I told you, people smell. They have to smell the wipe to see how much shit it smells like. That has to be it. Sorry, I was looking at all these fucking settings. Doesn't matter. But I guess if I ever wanted to not be on camera, would this work? Hold on. Not that I'm doing that now or anything. No, that would just, because that's built into the nested scene, so that doesn't work there. But I mean, I guess I'm sitting here. I'm kind of not on camera, but silly. It's silly. It's silly. Just messing around with that. What you would really do is you would just take an image and throw it in there. I think I have an image. Whatever. Doesn't matter. That's totally... You know, I take Adderall to fix my ADHD, and then it doesn't fucking work because I go crazy. I just lose my mind doing different things. All right, fill me up. Let's get filled in. Just to get this moving.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news. I have another road show for you today, which if you're new here just means it's the same show, but I come to you from exotic locales like nondescript room where it looks like maybe I'm in witness protection. But it is Tuesday and there's a lot to talk about, starting with this. This is crazy. Washington Post, The Times, NPR, The Guardian, hell, even Newsmax and the Washington Examiner, they're all kissing the Pentagon goodbye. Right? Outlets across the...
Oh, it's a little quiet. I can fix that. I think this is the easiest way to fix it. So do I want to change global volume of all YouTube or just youtube.com volume? I guess it's safer to use just youtube.com.
The political spectrum, they're refusing to sign the Pentagon's new rules for members of the press. And you may remember we talked about this a few weeks ago.
That was one of the stories I was thinking about covering, but...
when the first version of the new rules were dropped. Right? They demanded that journalists promise to not use any information that hasn't been expressly approved for release, even if it's unclassified. And any journalist who refused would risk having their press badge and Pentagon access revoked. And you know, you had the biggest, manliest dude bro in charge, Pete Hegseth, saying at the time, the press does not run the Pentagon. The people do. The press is no longer allowed to roam the halls of a secure facility. Wear a badge and follow the rules or go home. And as you can imagine, or at least as some would hope, that was met with a good deal of pushback, with many saying that these rules, they're a blatant violation of the First Amendment, and we saw leaders and organizations like the National Press Club saying, if the news about our military must first be approved by the government, then the public is no longer getting independent reporting. It is getting only what officials want them to see. That should alarm every American. And with that said, in response to that outcry, there were...
Am I getting anything on Black Friday? I haven't specifically been looking for deals or any of that stuff, but boy, oh boy, am I a gear slut. If my multiple mic arms, 3 different microphones in one room, lights, 3 Stream Decks, including, and then not including my Stream Deck foot pedal, all the, you know, I love things, right? So it's probably better for me not to get too tempted by things, but sometimes it's nice to plan out a big purchase. I think before, it might have even been this phone that I bought on Black Friday. This is my S21 Ultra. Sometimes there's a pretty good deal to buy a phone straight up. And we're on Mint Mobile, but maybe we can go to Google Fi if, you know, things don't seem better or whatever. Or if they have better plans or something. Especially if I'm planning on using my phone more and more for things like live streaming and doing stuff. Having better Wi-Fi internals, having better cameras, having better everything is better. It improves the fucking quality and how effective it's going to be. So, I don't think so. My monitor is flickering. That's a thing I've noticed here and there. I think it's actually like the brightness of the monitor is like slowly every now and then just... It's not like the refresh rate. It's hard to say. And then sometimes I'm like, is it just my human eyes just falling apart? But the other monitor next to it doesn't do it. So, I mean, I've had these monitors for a while. Theoretically, it could be time, but they're expensive. You know, even these monitors are like $300 or whatever. That's a lot of money to buy 2 of them and shit. Oh my God. You know, it's a lot. Damn it. Now I'm thinking about Black Friday.
Negotiations between the Pentagon and the Press Association. But then a new list of rules being dropped last week clarifying that journalists don't need to submit their pieces to the Department of Defense before publication. But the rules still made it clear that reporters cannot solicit or obtain any information that the department doesn't expressly approve, or which is included in the list of rules that journalists have.
No. You don't have to submit your writing to us, but we will only give you things to write directly.
To follow or risk being labeled a security risk and lose their access. And notably, the Pentagon also clarified that any reporter who wants
access journalism was already a thing, and now it's even worse.
access has to sign the policy acknowledging that they understand it, quote, even if I do not necessarily agree with such policies and procedures. Right, but these changes, they didn't solve the key issues, and the Pentagon Press Association was less than pleased, releasing a statement saying, unfortunately, those negotiations have not been as successful as we hoped. We acknowledge and appreciate that the Pentagon is no.
Interesting that Phil doesn't just bring a little portable green screen. Because for the longest time, his set, people were like, he's on a set. He's not on a set. He's on a green screen. That was always a long-term joke. So whenever he's traveling, he could just have his travel set. But maybe people like seeing the random bedrooms of his like parents' house or his wife's parents' house or whatever. I don't know.
Longer requiring reporters to express agreement with the new policy as a condition for obtaining press credentials, but the Pentagon is still asking us to affirm our understanding of policies that appear designed to stifle a free press and potentially expose us to prosecution for simply doing our jobs. And outlets and journalists have until 5 p.m. today to sign the pledge or turn in their press credentials by tomorrow. But the reason that we're talking about this today is because the general consensus has been a whopping hell no, Hegseth. With statements from the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Atlantic, NPR, the Wall Street Journal, and the Guardian, all confirming they won't be signing a damn thing. Also, generally agreeing that it's an egregious violation of the First Amendment. And you saw things like an opinion
But you can say even if you don't agree with it. You can say you don't agree with it, but you have to sign it.
Piece by veteran NPR reporter Tom Bowman saying, signing that document would make us stenographers parroting press releases, not watchdogs holding government officials accountable. And again, you even saw refusals from right-leaning sources like Newsmax and the Washington Examiner. The spokesperson for Newsmax saying they have, quote, no plans to sign the letter. And
we're the resistance, brother. Oh, interesting. They make it out of foam core.
Adding, we are working in conjunction with other media outlets to resolve the situation. We believe the requirements are unnecessary and onerous and hope that the Pentagon will review the matter further. And in fact, reportedly at this time, the only outlet that has signed at this point is One American News. Right, and with that, you had their president, Charles Herring, saying in a statement yesterday that his staff had signed the revised rules after, quote, thorough review by their attorney. And then, as far as the response from Hegseth and Team Trump, it's kind of what you'd expect. Right, with Hegseth using the waving emojis in response to the outlet's statement about refusing to sign. And then adding in a tweet, Pentagon access is a privilege, not a right. And you also had a spokesperson for the Pentagon.
It's literally a right, depending upon, like, sure, it's not a right for the press to see the president's asshole when he's taking a shit, right? But the Pentagon is not like exclusively a classified area. It's there for the, you know, where the government's military apparatuses are based, and then that's where the officials are to get quotes and talk about the plans and actions that we as citizens of should be privy to. So it is a right of the press to have access to those people specifically. No one's asking to get full fucking, 360 cameras inside of every drawer of every office. That's not what they're asking.
Laying the blame all on the outlets and the reporters, accusing them of moving the goalpost, and saying that the policy does not ask for them to agree, just to acknowledge that they understand what our policy is, and saying this has caused reporters to have a full-blown meltdown, crying victim online. We stand by our policy because it's what's best for our troops and the national security of this country. And so right now, it's not looking like the Pentagon's going to be reconsidering these restrictions, but what we do know is that if they don't, there could be a lawsuit on the horizon. The Pentagon Press Association reportedly retaining legal counsel and lawyers for news organizations that have been deeply involved in the whole situation from the beginning. You've got CNN reporting that some outlets are said to be considering taking that plunge. But then next up in the news, Charlie Kirk is getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom today. Right, and today would have been his 32nd birthday, and Congress actually approved resolutions declaring today a National Day of Remembrance.
If I was a kid in school, I would be like, let's make it a federal holiday, like MLK Day. Like, let me just get the day off. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have to like the guy. Just let me get the day off. Christopher Columbus used to get the day off for sometimes. Let me get the day off.
Remembrance for Kirk. As well, it's not actually a...
God, I hated school. Dude, I hated school. It's pretty obvious with how dumb I am, how much I hated school, but damn, I hated school. Oh, fuck. I used to dream about a fucking zombie apocalypse, so that way the fucking school would close down and I could just live.
National holiday for many, especially those on the right. People are using the day to send tributes or discuss Charlie and his life. Right, happy birthday, Charlie Kirk has been one of the top trending topics.
How long is this going to be a thing? I think next year. It'll probably happen next year, but maybe not. It's definitely going to be like going down quite a bit. They act like it was the biggest thing ever, and it was pretty big. Not like it wasn't nothing. It's crazy, but how long?
today. And actually, in some places, there are events honoring him, like in Florida's Capitol, which is hosting a candlelight vigil. Though definitely one of the biggest things is Trump awarding him the Medal of Freedom, which is the US government's highest civilian honor. Right? And by the time that you're listening to this, the ceremony might already be underway, and his wife, Erica Kirk, is expected to accept this award on his behalf. Right?
Erica Kirk is, wow, one, two, three, four, five, six. They have 6 frame transitions. Frame rate 30 frames per second. So that's 1/5 of a second. Very fast transitions. Interesting. Huh. Oh yeah, Erica Kirk. I don't know if it's, you know, not there's always the grieving wife, right? The grieving widow. It's insane to be put into the limelight like this, to have this pressure put onto you. You know, lots of different I'm trying to be empathetic and understand a lot of things, but her vibes are fucked, man. Like it's a weird situation, and I was theorizing that it's the religious element. So there's elements of that. Like I could definitely see that. For example, I'm going to trust my friends in the government and no longer care about this Epstein thing, right? That's him getting the boss call. That's him being told, shut the fuck up, right? So one day he'll say one thing, the next day he'll say the other thing. That's definitely an element where his words are not always truthful to what he might think. You know, his opinion did not change overnight, but now he is following the rules, right? So there's definitely that element, but I think it's difficult for a person to go up there and say black women don't have the intelligence of others without believing it to some degree, right? Like there's only so much a person's willing to sell their soul for. You know what I mean? They have to at least be open to it, if not entirely down with it. So a bit of yes and a bit of no, depending upon the exact thing that they're saying. But for sure, I do think that he's been told things to say by the powers that be, or whatever the powers that let him be, because he's got lots of different deep background funding from billionaires, like not even like shadowy, like it's in the open. It's so that's where stuff like, what is it, the Daily Wire and Turning Point USA come from, is that money. They talk about how Antifa is grassroots, but then they have their own grassroots things. Or not grassroots. They have their own. Sorry, they say Antifa and stuff is not grassroots, but it's funded by Soros or whatever. But they have their open, like the Koch brothers and shit. They just openly fund these media outlets, alternative media outlets for them. It's ridiculous. But she has this. I don't know if it's just the Christian eye stare and like, not just the way that she communicates her words, but the way she acts. And there's just something really uncanny about it. Uncanny is probably the most succinct way to put it out. We have the parts of the speech or whatever. So I wonder if it's still the same. Because I mean, sure, you know, days after your fucking husband dies violently, it's going to be crazy, right? But then like, and they're not saying like, oh, she's too happy or not sad enough or whatever, but just everything. I'd never seen her before, so it's possible that she's always been this way, or possible she's not been this way. But just like her vibes in general, especially if she's been like this before, that would be more of a continuing red flag.
And then with that, you had Trump writing on Truth Social this morning that, quote, the crowd for Charlie Kay's Presidential of Freedom presentation is so big and enthusiastic that I moved it out to the new Rose Garden where everyone can see the Presidential Wall of Fame and the Palm Court renovation. And, you know, while you have many happy about this event, you
Is that the Wall of Fame that has the auto pen on it? President snubs Biden with auto pen photo and new White House portrait collection. So there's like all the different presidents, and then he changed out Biden's picture with Biden, the auto pen.
Also have others sharing kind of many of Charlie's controversial comments and questioning if he actually deserves this medal. Right, and that is, you've had others disturbed that this is coming as Trump's been targeting and cracking down on left-leaning groups, with many arguing that he used Charlie's death against his political opponents. Right, The Guardian even published a piece accusing Trump of exploiting Kirk's killing, with one Harvard professor claiming that MAGA has been chomping at the bit to use political violence as a pretext to go after their enemies. But then next up today, Alex Jones.
I mean, there was that fucking guy who went after Mormons because... I don't know if it was because of Charlie Kirk, but I mean, when people were first saying that it was about going after Mormons for Kirk, everyone was like, what? That's crazy. It makes no sense. But I think he just may have just had smoke for the Mormons, which is also just the most wild thing.
Jones just took a major L thanks to the Supreme Court. Because this morning, the justices rejected his attempt to appeal the one...
Dude, what the fuck? Is this an old picture of him? He looks so fucking fat. He was all like, oh yeah, he has hair. He's all bald now. It's a very different picture. Kind of doing him dirty by pulling up a fucking pre-Ozempic.
$1.4 billion defamation ruling against him. Because this all has to do with the Sandy Hook case, where he claimed the shooting was a hoax staged by...
Wait. Did they undo it?
Because this morning, the justices rejected his attempt to appeal the $1.4 billion...
So he's still on the hook.
Defamation ruling against him. Because this all has to do with the Sandy Hook case, where he claimed the shooting was a hoax staged by crisis actors, and he was ordered to pay nearly...
Man, the Supreme Court's trying to do its best to like throw out some sacrificial lambs to not be entirely capitulated to the right. Because they've done some wild fucking rulings that make literally no sense. But then instead of like giving back the money to Alex Jones, they still said, you know what? Nah, it's too far. It'd be too obvious. We would lose fucking all legitimacy if we were just like up with the fucking frog gay guy, right?
$1 billion in damages for defaming the families, with a judge then tacking on another $500 million after that. And Alex Jones, he already filed for bankruptcy, so he told the court that the plaintiffs have, quote, no possible hope of getting the entire judgment. But they turned him down, and the justices didn't comment on the order. And so now Jones, he's fearing that the door is open for what might be his worst case scenario, though for many in the general public, it's kind of the funniest case scenario. Because in a filing last week, he suggested that the Supreme Court, they needed to intervene because InfoWars is apparently on the verge of being owned by the Onion. And Jones, he claimed that if the Supreme Court didn't stop this, his company, quote, will have been acquired by its ideological nemesis and destroyed. And adding that this sale would confuse Jones's listeners and ultimately destroy Jones's very message. Now that said, the actual status of if the Onion's going to actually take over InfoWars, that's still in limbo, though nothing is set in stone. Because the Onion previously won an auction to own the site, but a later judge blocked that. Though now Jones's lawyers say a new attempt for the Onion to get its hands on the site is underway in Texas. And so still, there's a number of ways this could end up playing out, but today, not a good day for Alex Jones. And then I've got more news for you in just a minute, but
I think most days are not a good day for Alex Jones. Like Alex Jones wakes up, gonna be a bad day for me. Just every day it's gonna be a bad day for you, Alex.
First, let me say, running your business on a clunky old phone system is like trying to play Call of Duty on dial-up. And that is why today's sponsor, Quo, formerly...
That's what we used to do, brother. That's how it always was. Life was better back then.
OpenPhone is your best move. Right, Quo's the #1 business phone system built for run 10 AI, right?
I don't have a business.
Hours. Right, whether you're
AI, oh God.
No miss customers. But then next up in the news, how long will this government shutdown last? Right, that's a question that many Americans are asking as the shutdown officially enters its third.
95% of all AI businesses die off, don't make profit, whatever, right? Crash out. So buy some random business phone system using AI to whatever, got all this money, throwing out ads, and they'll burn up. So Phil's just like, you know what? Give it here.
Week. And yesterday, you saw House Speaker Mike Johnson having this to say.
We're barreling toward one of the longest shutdowns in American history unless Democrats drop their partisan demands and pass a clean...
For that stupid healthcare for all Americans, those partisan demands for people like fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's in agreement with it. Those partisan demands for those partisan humans of all stripes.
No strings attached budget to reopen the government and pay our federal workers.
But Democrats, they've shown no signs of backing down from what Johnson...
Because you bitches ain't going to do it in fucking November. And that's when it's going to be the end of the year where it's most important. right? They're going to say, it's fucking Christmas. How fucking dare you? So, like, let's get it done now. Do it now. If you're going to do it in November, then do it now. What's the fucking difference?
Johnson described as their partisan demands, or with them saying that Republicans are to blame for the shutdown because they refused to pass healthcare protections for millions of Americans. And now 2 weeks in, there appears to be no headway on negotiations. Instead, Senate Republicans just keep holding votes over and over again on the same exact bill to reopen the government. In fact, they're set to vote on the measure for the 8th time later today. All while there's literally been zero indication that anything has changed from all the other times the vote has happened. And so with this stalemate dragging on, it looks like Johnson could be correct about this being one of the longest shutdowns. Or with the longest shutdown by far being 34 days, and that took place during the last Trump administration starting in December of 2018 and dragging well into January. And even that was standout. I mean, the previous record holder was the shutdown under Bill Clinton that stretched from December 1995 to January of 1996, and it lasted a total of 21 days. And so with this current battle clocking in at day 14 today, I mean, it's already up there in the top 5 longest shutdowns. And
Yeah. So the shutdowns for like one day. I remember those. Well, I don't remember all of these, but yeah, some of these were before I was born. But like here, 2 days. Yeah, I remember that happening a couple of times for a little bit. I don't remember these so much, honestly. So, but them happening for a couple of days, that does seem to stick out a little bit.
Its current battle clocking in at day 14 today, I mean, it's already up there in the top 5 longest shutdowns. And as this war drags on, the Trump administration has now started following through with a key threat: more mass firings of the federal workforce. Right on Friday, the White House Budget Office announced that it had officially started firing
I mean, you guys were doing that shit already, right? What's the difference?
federal workers, with the agency also saying in a court filing that 4,000 employees would be terminated. And specifically, the departments set to be hit the hardest are Treasury and Health and Human Services, where they could lose as many as 1,400 and 1,100 employees respectively. Though also, both of those departments are quite large, and smaller agencies could actually see a larger percentage of their overall workforce cut. Right, like the Education Department, for example, which is set to lose 400 employees, and that's nearly 20% of the entire workforce because Trump already cut around half the agency's employees since taking office. And while it wasn't immediately clear exactly which programs would be impacted, you did have Trump once again repeating his threat to target Democrats. Or when he was asked for specifics during a press conference on Friday, Trump said that Democrats deserve to be targeted because they let illegal immigrants into the country. And then, the president launching into a rant about immigration and then seemingly getting confused over whether he was talking about migrants or federal workers.
Because we want people to come in, but they have to come in legally. So what we're doing is as these different groups come due, we're going to make a determination. Do we want them or not? And I must tell you, a lot of them happen to be Democrat-oriented. These are people that the Democrats wanted, that in many cases were not.
He's just weaved. He weaved from fucking talking about deporting people to like, now I'm going to select which people to fire who are probably Democrats.
Not appropriate. We fought them at the time, and it was ultimately signed in. And some of these people, these are largely people that the Democrats want. Many of them will be fired.
Like fucking scientists, vaccine people. It's patooey.
Right, over the past few days, we've seen cuts to various programs and parts of the federal workforce that Trump dislikes or that don't align with his agenda. And so, for example, we've seen reports.
So he can do that because the government shut down? Like, because it's shut down, he can do this? That doesn't make sense. He just does it. Whether they're shut down or not. He's saying it's, as if it's like, it's kind of crazy to be like, everybody, even all the people want healthcare. All the people want this thing to make them better, healthier, safe. And they're like, no, we're not going to do it. And they were like, please just do it. You have to. And they go, we're going to keep fucking, stripping away other benefits to society as well. Ones we think are woke, but we're going to keep stripping away other things from society. So it's like, it's petty. It's unnecessary. Because people think to themselves, wait, you should still do the thing. You should still give us the health funding. What the hell? What the hell? So then cutting these other things is sort of like, it has something to do with it. And it just makes them look like they're, one side saying, please fund it. Other side saying, we're going to keep killing you until you decide not to fund it. It's ridiculous.
Reports that Trump has absolutely decimated the office within the Education Department that oversees special education, firing a majority of the staff who provide services to the nation's 7.5 million children with disabilities. It's also been reported that he's laid off other key workers like employees who help regulate
There has been a significant amount of that, of all the different things. Like, I never had somebody come in and say, I think I may have had it once or twice. Like, people come in and say, why do you hate a dog, or not a dog? Why do you hate it? Why do you like a terrorist supporter or something? Right? That's happened like once, you know. But the number of individuals that come in and ask about the dog thing is just crazy. Even my own long-term members, even before I restarted the stream in July, I had people come back and say, "Yo, what's up with this?" It's nuts, man. It's just, people love to hate influencers, and people love animals. That's what it is.
Regulate hazardous waste, and inspectors who check the quality of federal housing. With the Washington Post reporting that vulnerable American school children.
Yeah. Yeah. It's helping my discoverability, that's for sure.
Children, low-income families.
When I had Kaya and the title, or the, you know, whatever it was, I had like 11 viewers pretty consistently that day. So it just sucks when it's like half haters, half belligerents. But then sometimes they just chill out and they hang out for a bit, and then it gets kind of like mixed. So I don't know if they're just irony-pilled freaks, or if they're actively, slowly being normal. I don't know. They're probably just being bad faith and weirdos and not actually there, because like they're gone again, right? So like, even if I throw out the fucking bait hook, other than like boosting my numbers so that way I'm slightly off the very, very bottom and I'm getting higher up on the, I mean, there's so many fucking tabs and pages of people on the just chatting section that it doesn't really matter. If anything, you're more discoverable literally at the very bottom, because sometimes people look at the very bottom, right? But like, if you're not anywhere near the top or the exact bottom, you're basically in the infinite sea of nothing. So I do wonder how people do stumble across the stream and find it in general. It would have to be like probably mostly from raids. So when everyone raids in, a bunch of viewers get it. And then when those people watch other channels, and then they might say like, other viewers of this channel have watched this channel, right? That's one of the thing. Got into any Semitic points? Not yet. Hopefully it stays that way, but hopefully, yeah, it doesn't come up again. Because again, I'm not like, I've only in the past few years been sort of, back then, the Middle East, peace in the Middle East, and like I would watch The Naked Gun, and at the end of the fucking baseball game, when the bad guys finally caught or whatever, they have, you know, a black guy and a white guy, or like a cop and like an Antifa person, and then they have, you know, a Jewish person and an Arab person hugging. Like they have like these historically, you know, deposed groups or whatever, embracing each other. So I was always raised on the idea that this is a fight of thousands of years, and there's never going to be an answer, and whatever, right? Both sides are wrong. That's just kind of the simple, like, I don't want to think about it, so I'll just say they're both wrong. Phew. Thank God, right? It's too complicated, right? Phew, you know, but then I learned the history, and it's like, oh my God, it's not complicated. It's not complicated at all, you know? But it's still only a recent thing. A lot of the dates, a lot of the different names, it's still too fresh for me to really have a solidified ability to then describe it back to somebody else.
These homeless people and senior citizens will suffer from the latest layoffs. But also, as we've seen with Trump's other mass purges, it appears that they accidentally fired a good chunk of people that they didn't mean to get rid of. And so on Friday,
this keeps happening. It seems so, I guess when it's like, look, I just want to get the numbers up and just find a group, cut off the branch, and then all the leaves fall off at the end. And then later they go, wait a minute, we needed that person. I guess it also makes sense that just like the government is more intertwined with all the different jobs connected to each other. Because even if you fire this mailroom person, but then the other person won't be able to get the information they need because they don't get their fucking mail delivered, and all the little silly, like, non-tangible but tangible ways that they're connected. On top of just like this guy literally did the thing you wanted to stay in office, let alone the support structure around it.
Friday, you had public health officials saying that RFK Jr. had fired 1,000 CDC workers, specifically targeting offices that worked on infectious diseases and mental health. But now we're seeing reports that more than half the CDC employees who were fired, they've since been reinstated because they were terminated by accident. Though also, still, you had Vice President J.D. Vance threatening that more workers will be fired the longer that the shutdown drags on. And while it's actively Trump that is doing this, you had his administration somehow trying to blame Democrats for all the layoffs that they themselves are doing. Right? They're arguing that they wouldn't have to fire people if Democrats agreed to end the shutdown, which really sounds like they're pulling the trigger and they're like, I can't believe you made me do that. Right? Because understand, what they're doing is very unusual, if not entirely unprecedented. But normally workers are just furloughed without pay during a shutdown and then given back pay when the government boots back up again. And so Trump and Republicans, they're going this step further and they're cutting people and they're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you made us do that to the hostages that we're keeping. But then also I'll say on the topic of Republicans trying to blame Democrats, we've also seen a very interesting situation playing out in the nation's airports. Right? Because as we talked about last week, we've seen numerous flight delays and other issues taking place all across the country thanks to the shutdown. Right? Because while federal airport workers are technically still supposed to keep working through the shutdown with partial or no pay, many of them, they've been increasingly calling out of work as the shutdown drags on. And if you remember, that's something that we saw during the last shutdown. And well, now the Trump administration is trying to directly tie Democrats to the lags that travelers are seeing. And in fact, you had DHS Secretary Kristi Noem directing all airports to display this video at TSA checkpoints.
It is TSA's top priority to make sure that you have the most pleasant and efficient airport experience as possible while we keep you safe.
My God, it's like fucking Half-Life 2 with the fucking director cast it on the screens and all the train yards.
However, Democrats in Congress refuse to fund the federal government, and because of this, many of our operations are impacted, and most of our TSA employees are working without pay. We will continue to do all that we can to avoid delays that will impact your travel. And our hope is that Democrats will soon recognize the importance of opening the government.
But numerous airports are now refusing to air that message.
They're such fucking pussies. They're such little babies. If the Democrats did something like this, they would fucking whine forever.
Including airports at some of the biggest hubs like Los Angeles, Seattle, Atlanta, Phoenix, and nearly a half a dozen more. And you have many of those airports explaining in statements that they can't play that video because it violates their own internal policies banning political messaging or goes against state or federal laws. And specifically, you had several airports arguing that the message appears to violate the Hatch Act, a federal law that prohibits public funds from being used for political activities. Now, of course, if you've been paying attention to anything happening in the world, you know that's not new. Right? The Trump administration has repeatedly used official government channels to blame the Democrats for the shutdown in ways that experts say are unprecedented and illegal. But as far as, what happens next, we're going to have to keep our eyes on Congress and also specifically Johnson. Because whether it's because he doesn't want the 218th vote to get the Epstein files out there or some other reason, or maybe a combination of, he seems more than happy for things to not get done right now. Though I will say that last line, my opinion, the rest is news. And of course, I'd love to know your take and your reactions. And then there's more we're going to dive into. But first, let me say, somewhere out there, a company is hiring a professional turkey gobbler. And yes, apparently that's a more time for the people in the back. That's ZipRecruiter.com/DeFranco. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. But then next up in the news, Gen Z may have just toppled another government. Right, last month it was Nepal, and now it's Madagascar, that island nation off the southeastern coast.
Well, Nepal, didn't it go to it went back and forth to a few different things again, I thought?
Of the African mainland. But,
I don't remember.
To really appreciate this, I need to give you a little context. So Madagascar is a former French colony, and it's now one of the poorest nations in the world. I mean, you're looking at 75% of the country's 30 million people living below the poverty line, according to the World
Oh, interesting.
Bank, and only 1/3 having access to electricity, according to the IMF.
Probably not, but we'll see.
And so with that in mind, we actually saw protests kicking off in the country late last month in response to chronic water and power cuts. Then, quickly, they escalated to reflect wider discontent with the...
Hey, One Piece. One Piece. Look, they speak French. I wonder why they speak French. Huh. No wonder people were mad about French PR with the Hassan doing the race thing. Like, he went to go to Squeezy's big F4 race thing, and they're like, you literally, did sports washing for the French government. And he's like, no, I did. I agreed to do a gigantic show for my friend And because it happened in France has nothing to do with like the French government didn't like pay Hassan. He didn't get paid by anybody to go, whatever, right? But the things that the French does that the French suck is stuff like this, right? So again, funny to see One Piece utilized in that way.
Government over unemployment, corruption, and the cost of living. And like we saw in Nepal, this came with a death toll. According to the UN, at least 22 people were killed in the clashes, although according to the president, he said the death toll was at 12. Right? The president, he's a businessman and former DJ who gained power back in 2009 by ousting the previous president in a coup that was backed by the army. And in particular, he did this with the help of an elite military unit known as CAPSAT. But fast forward to this last Saturday, and you actually had CAPSAT troops leaving their barracks and joining the protests against the president. And you had them saying the next day that they had seized leadership of the military command and taken control.
See, like there's so many details there where it's like, okay, so French colony gained independence through revolution or through treaties, but were those treaties similar to the other French ones where they kind of keep them as subservient to the old, outdated French franc that now has to get converted to EU through France directly, so they can maintain an arbitrage advantage over the country to keep them poorer and to take their resources and whatever. But then 2009, this DJ has military, but who funded that military? Where did that come from? Was it grassroots? Was it, a true revolution against this puppet government, or was this a puppet being put in? Like, it's just a lot of questions. And then now this person's being taken over by their same military, but there's a lot of different ways it could go. A lot of the old classics, but I just got to know who put what in motion, right? To kind of understand if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Control of all the armed forces.
Because mostly it's just, I want the proper democracy to work for the majority of the citizens, to be sort of like, I want them to have like the economic security, the control of their own resources, their own freedoms to be respected, all that kind of good stuff, right? And it seems like a lot of times it doesn't work that way. And even now with the fucking Nobel Peace Prize, Venezuela resistance thing is now pushing for the Trump administration to bomb more boats and to, tie all of its national oil reserves to U.S. corporations. Like, why would a Venezuelan person specifically want to not have it in control of its own people and its own citizen, that instead tied to a corporation? Why would somebody want that if they did not have outside influences? So there's just a lot of like question marks in my head. And I have a video on it if we get to it about the world news stuff, so maybe it might shed some light.
And with the president warning that a coup attempt was underway. And then with that, on Monday, it was reported that the president had been flown out of the country on a French military plane. With that,
that makes it way more clear.
Possibly heading to Dubai, and reportedly French President
Going to Dubai, oh my God.
Emmanuel Macron had authorized the evacuation. And then you had the president saying he was sheltering in what he called a safe place after a group of military personnel and politicians allegedly planned to kill him, although CAPSAT has denied that allegation. And you had the colonel in charge of the unit saying that the army never had any intention to harm, quote, even a single hair on his head. But then also, from there, despite being in exile, you had the president announcing that he was dissolving the National Assembly. But then, at the same time, the opposition leader in parliament, who also happens to be the former president who was ousted in the 2009 coup, he called a special session of parliament to, quote, note the absence of power in Madagascar, and adding, there is a power vacuum. The solution is not revenge, neither confusion, but a peaceful, inclusive, and responsible transition. Right, and with that, you had the MPs overwhelmingly voting to impeach the president, just leaving the Constitutional Court to validate the vote, which apparently is easier said than done, because you had CAPSAT announcing that it was taking power over the government and suspending key democratic institutions, including the Constitutional Court. Although weirdly, you still had local media reporting that the Constitutional Court decided to confirm the leadership of the colonel. And then with that, he has said that the military would form a council composed of officers from the military and law enforcement.
That's one of those when the military takes control forcibly, that's one of those like, does the military in this situation have the mandate of the people, or is it just might makes right? You know what I mean? Like when it's a people's revolution, the people are the military, but when it's like long-standing, powerful military leaders deciding to say, you know what, I want to rule. It's usually, from my ignorant and poorly educated worldview, but that's usually a stickier version of things. So, one of the issues that I've been told about revolutions is how if there's not a good plan for what to do after the revolution, you end up with this continuous mini civil war period where lots of little things tug and pull. And technically, even under negative powers, you will have structures set up. But when you rip all that out, it's similar to like a government shutdown, but like on steroids, because now everything's upended. Nobody knows what they're doing. Everybody's fired. Nobody's hired, and services are all over the place. So even if you do a revolution, a lot of times you're going to have like a hard time recovering from that. And in those hard times, you build out these moments where people sort of like seize the day and try to take power again, you know, or a colonel wants their go at the gravy train. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And that a prime minister would be appointed to quickly form a civilian government. And in the meantime, we've seen CAPSAT troops driving through the Capitol and being cheered on by the crowds. But of course, we're going to have to wait to see how this plays out. Because the military seizing power, it typically doesn't bode well for democracies. But then also, beyond that, we'll have to see if and what kind of energy this gives to Gen Z protests happening elsewhere in the world. Because in addition to Nepal before this, another country that's been getting a lot of attention, in this regard at least, is Morocco. And actually, just this week, you had Gen Z activists there saying they'll be launching a new round of demonstrations this weekend. Right? And that's after the ones that already took place a couple of weeks ago that resulted in clashes ending with at least 3 deaths.
Also, like a whole revolution happening and 22 people dying, like that's, and in a country of 30 million, that, like that's, never good that people die, but it's like, that's what? That's like almost that many people died just at January 6th, depending on how you calculate. I think they like 6 or 7 is what they say, depending upon like the medical issues that happen to the crowd crush, the suicides after because of mental health calamities, on top of just the straight up shootings and stuff. So like having 6 or 7 versus 22, like what we just did, that was just like a fucking afternoon. That was just like a peaceful demonstration, according to some. But so a full on actual revolution only having 22 or 15, depending on who's saying what. It's like, dang, that's insane by modern or even, historical standards for sure.
Definitely a lot of energy and change around the world, and we'll have to see how this plays out. But then next up, today in the news, Instagram's now PG-13, or at least that might soon be the case for the hundreds of millions of teenagers who use the app around the world. Right, with its parent company Meta announcing today that it's revamping its teen accounts feature on the platform so that young people out there who are not me, I'm about to turn 40, I'm one of the old people now, so that young people would only be able to come across content as bad as what they might see in a PG-13 movie. Right, as far as what that means,
one F-bomb and no nudity?
PG-13 movies are generally allowed to have some swear words, mild violence, and partial nudity. And you have Meta saying that this is going to translate into, quote, hiding or not recommending posts with strong language, certain risky stunts, and additional content that could encourage potentially harmful behavior, such as posts showing marijuana paraphernalia.
So, strong language, I guess obsessive swearing, lots of F words. Risky stunts, I've never known PG-13 to say risky stunts. Like, I guess like viral pranks that are gonna like take the children out of devious licks or whatever. Harmful behaviors such as showing marijuana. Drug paraphernalia might be PG-13 or not, I don't know. But it's all about digital ID. They don't give a fuck about preteen safety. Yeah. My thought process behind the digital ID would be I don't know logistically how probable it is, but I had to sign up for it, I think when I was getting my medical marijuana card or something similar, to create a certain type of government account, which is interesting because obviously the government in America, everybody has a social security number because when you work, you put in your social security number. That social security number is tied to you as a person. It's tied to your taxes. It's tied to everything. For a while there, babies would eventually get it, but it wasn't always done at birth. But like my brother's 18 months older than me, and our social security numbers are 2 numbers off. Like he's actually 2 numbers after me, despite me being younger. It's not only probably, it's inevitable. But what I'm saying is, instead of like YouTube saying, look, we're going to ask you for an ID before you can, prove that you are over 18 or whatever it is, right? That's a much worse version of the system than your government that already has my information, is already tied to my social security number. It's already in the government's coffers. It has all my employment history. It has all my criminal history. It has everything, right? Everything about me as an adult or as a child, as a human being, is tied to that number. It's tied to my tax identification. It's tied to all these different things. What programs I can't have, what FEMA benefits I've gotten through hurricanes, all these different things, right? So it already exists. It's already a thing. The risk of losing that information and getting it hacked or something has already existed. So similar to how when you're buying something and then there's a pay with credit card or like a pay with Apple Pay or pay with PayPal button, it's separate. You hit that button, it opens up a small box where now you're creating a login to the PayPal server separate from the website. Then you finish with PayPal. PayPal sends that website a digital handshake that, yes, they have approved the process and we will pay you now instead of them having to pay you. And then it goes back to the thing. None of your credit card information from your PayPal account is tied to the website. It's all separate. It's all different key gens or whatever the fuck it is. So whenever YouTube says we want to you're making a new account, please connect your government thing. You hit the government button. What government are you from, right? A big list of all the different countries. You click your thing. It opens up that side bubble thing. You sign into that website through its own direct portal. And then with all your credentials, it then handshakes with the website. Did not say who you are. It's not tied to your YouTube account at all. It's just the website says, here is a, unique hash for what this one account should be. So that way, you'll never get that same account twice. So one adult can't have 2 different accounts, creating bot problems or whatever. But it keeps my information safe. It's still with the government where it's always been and will always be. So it's not like if YouTube gets hacked, it won't have anything other than the number of people attached to it. But then like I've already had my information given to the government. So it's not me giving additional information out to other people. So it's a way of like verifying that people are who they say they are, verifying that people are the age that they are, the citizens of whatever, blah, 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 but without having to end up having data breaches of fucking places with insane amounts of private information going away, or the websites having extra control over what you're doing, right? So YouTube would send a fucking coded handshake back to the government, and the government sends a coded handshake back. So the government doesn't even need to know directly that I have a YouTube account. It's just that there was a generated key by a place to check if this is a government person, right? It doesn't even have to have like the ties all the way back. But alas, I am not a actual computer knower. So these are all vague ideas of how I assume PayPal works and how I assume these pop-ups work, or how I assume these things could work if they do not currently work that way. But we all know that the companies at Bay don't want to have to ask the governments, because that would be a slight bit of work and a slight bit of cost on the government's end. And they don't want to beseech them for, I don't know, a tax burden or something. And instead would rather gather the information themselves. So that way it can then have your data that they can then sell. They want to have it to be more invasive. They want to pretend like it's not, while also making it a way for them to collect your shit. My version would require the governments to care and to step in and to want to keep things as equitable and private as possible. It's possible the EU is closer to the thing that I was referring to and might even end up doing something similar or better than what I was talking about. But I don't have a lot of confidence in America going through that, just because of the fucking technocratic feudalist place that we are. They've already got that. What they don't have is a way to monitor and improve your online behavior. Yeah. I mean, depending upon when that was mentioned, because I saw the message pop up, but I forgot when it was. But it's possible that my idea is not feasible or doable. I like to think it is. Obviously, as a person who thought a thing, I think my idea could be great. But willing to the government having the personal data. Yeah. So hopefully, the same way that the government can say, you asked me for verification, and now here is a coded key of verifying this. It doesn't say who it's tied to, but it is a unique identification that this has happened with a person. So that way, if I try to make another one, they get the same key back to that website, and they go, wait a minute, we've already got this key. You know, like that means this person is twice, right? I am not okay with voter ID checks in the sense that in America, voter ID was utilized as a poll tax because America does not have universal IDs given out to individuals, right? So poor and homeless people would be unable to provide resources like that. So they would lose their ability to vote. Probably homeless people already have trouble voting because they don't have any of their voter cards or any of their information in general. And then also they don't have an address. Pretty sure like a polling place or like a place where you go to vote is usually tied to your voter registration, which is tied to an address. So they probably already have problems. So there's already limitations put on our things by saying you need to have a state license or a state ID in order to vote. That's an extra barrier because we don't provide state IDs to our citizens at all. So now you have to buy another thing. And if you lose a thing, now you've lost your ability to vote. It's an extra way to put another hurdle in front of people. So that's voter disenfranchisement. It's trying to have less people vote instead of more people voting because voting is already incredibly secure in America. The amount of fraud, air quotes, is insanely small to the point that it is basically literally a rounding error as far as like the number of times it happens. And generally it happens because of mistakes. Like, oh, wait, I voted in that precinct to that precinct. And the person somehow did not notice I was at the wrong one when they check it when you come in, right? Because they check what your name is because they have a name of everybody that's supposed to come in. So some weird situations can happen where somebody got their eyes crossed and they're dyslexic and they read a name wrong or whatever. And a person shows up at the wrong place, but it's not like they vote twice. You know what I mean? Or if they do, it's one person that happened to get lucky or something weird or unlucky. And whenever there's been noticed malice voter fraud, it's generally more from the right side than the left side anyway. Not that they would ever say that, but whatever. Because the polling place doesn't give you your ballot unless they have you on the record. You know what I mean? It's not like you just show up and say, I'm an illegal. I'm not supposed to be here. Here, let me vote. Let me get in there. It's just not how it works at all. Also, we do our voting on a work day. In the middle of the workday, not after the workday, not before the workday, literally during the middle of the workday is when the voting happens on a Tuesday. You know, it's like, huh? Not on the weekend? Not even like in the afternoon of a Friday? No, it's fucking right in the middle of the week, right? Because we want to disenfranchise the working class. It's the point. It's in one more hurdle, one more thing. Can you get the day off? No. Are you willing to utilize your day off to do this? Are you willing to, ask for time off from your boss and have trouble? Now, some workplaces try to be woke or try to be, hey, we're cool with you guys. We'll give you the time, but most places don't, right? And also that's just on them to be, and then you're like, oh, wow, they're so kind because they let me have democracy. It's kind of nuts. Now, voter by mail and early voting are things that help enfranchise and spread people being able to vote. But then Republicans will then say mail-in voting is a fraud. It's fake. Again, they just check it against the same information. It's every single one is hand signed and hand inspected. It's not literally our presidents like Trump has voted almost exclusively by mail because he doesn't feel like going in. Early voting, right? Another thing that they try to like limit it, cut it down. Some places have automatic voter registration where like, oh, if you're a citizen inside of this municipality, you're automatically registered to vote because we just automatically copy and paste your information. Now you're registered, right? A lot of places will then try to purge the rolls. Where it's like, oh, if you haven't voted recently, now you're no longer going to be allowed to vote anymore. When it's like, maybe somebody's like, you know what? This is all gone too far. This is all too crazy. I need to go vote. Or finally, a candidate that I care about. I know for a fact I've registered to vote before, so like I'm good, but I haven't voted in 2 elections. All of a sudden, you're purging the rolls. You go to show up on election day. Oh, sorry, bro. No same day registration, not allowed, right? Because we decide we don't want you to be able to vote. Disenfranchisement is pretty bad in America. On top of gerrymandering, which is about, you know, redrawing districts is, because that way districts, depending upon the type of government elections that are happening, can sort of make marginalized groups ignored when it comes to their populations, even if they have a majority, because of the way that you can draw. You can either dilute or compact voters, so that way they get one district that they might win, and then dilute all the other population among other groups, and then all of a sudden they only have 1 out of 15 districts that they win, so then they're basically out of power. Whatever. Lots of different things that we do to fuck shit up, instead of just being just like, you know, popular vote, everybody can vote kind of thing. You think it'd be so easy to keep it as simple as possible, but instead things like voter ID checks are a problem. Having one very useful government identifier that's given to you for free seems like an amazing thing. That way you can use it for healthcare, you can use it for voting, you can use it for all these different things, and it's tied to who you are, right? I don't mind it being fucking biometrically retina scan, name, fingerprints, right? So that way if you show up somewhere and you fucking got mugged and you have no possessions and you're homeless, you can still verify that you are this person of our government. You know, if someone goes to deport you, you can have all these different ways to prove who you are without it being negative. I can understand people not wanting face scans to the government and shit like that, but because the government could then be evil, right? But that's my issue with voter ID checks specifically. But this would be, in my view of things, an equitable and fair and information safe way of providing websites with information of who you are. I don't know. I mean, again, I'm not a tech expert to know how reasonable those type of databases, hash signals, if it could be exploited or avoided or whatever. But I think I mean, obviously it works because PayPal fucking uses it, and nobody is able to hack and just buy things for free on the internet, right? Nobody's able to just pretend that they have this thing to just get on there and, you know, infinitely buy everything off Amazon all they ever want. So and then there's plenty of reason to want to do that, right? From bad actors. So it seems like it works.
Paraphernalia. But then also, if even that is still too much for some parents, they'll have the option to turn on the new limited content setting, which will be even stricter than the PG-13 rating system. Right? And then, as far as how it's determined if a piece of content should be rated, well, if you didn't know this, a movie is rated PG-13 after a panel of parents vote on whether it's appropriate for children based on Motion Picture Association guidelines. And so actually, Instagram's reportedly following a similar process, creating panels with thousands of parents to rate material on the app that they deem PG-13 appropriate. But also, well, the company said it would continue working with parents. That obviously can't be done for every single thing that gets posted. And so they'll be using AI to rate and moderate content as well. But then, you know, with all that said,
generic parents are kind of like bots. On a mass scale, while a video is uploaded, it's already sort of scanned for copyright information, copyrighted material. I could see the value of an AI scan to see if there are swear words, to see if there are bizarre images that align with things. It would require another back-end data run to then not only have a data set of a bunch of different material to fact check it off of, and then an added energy cost of it going through those checks, which would, for every single video getting uploaded. But it would also be able to broad stroke figure out most things if they should or shouldn't be. But then when someone flags something, it can then be checked by that panel of individuals who judge video content, how relevant or age valuable it is. But as you know, with the YouTube system, you appeal and instantly get a thing back saying wrong, denied, as if we know, because no human actually looked at it. So how that would be done, I don't know.
You have a lot of people asking the big question: what's going to stop teens from just lying about their age? And well, there, Meta's also using AI to power what it's calling an age prediction technology, and they're saying that'll prevent that from happening.
It's kind of dumb.
happening. But it's also still not known exactly how effective it is, although some studies have raised concerns. And then also with that, there are of course concerns about how meaningful any of this is actually going to be, right? What are these changes going to actually do, especially given Meta's history? We're talking about a company which also owns Facebook, WhatsApp, and Messenger, and they've promised to protect kids from inappropriate content since 2008. With then, of course, the general consensus being that the company hasn't done a great job. It even led to Mark Zuckerberg getting grilled by Congress back in 2024 and apologizing to parents who said that their kids had been
This is before he was Dominican, though. This is before he got yacked and got his hair all curly and said that he's no longer going to fact check things. This is when he was woke.
harmed by social media. And later that year, you had Instagram unveiling what were described as sweeping changes aimed at addressing these issues. Changes that included making accounts of users younger than 18 private by default, as well as rolling out more supervision tools for adults, or things like a feature allowing parents to see accounts that kids had recently messaged. But already you've got reports calling into question the effectiveness of those updates. And in fact, independent research released last month involving a former Meta whistleblower found that 2/3 of Instagram's new safety tools were just ineffective. Or with the whistleblower, a former senior engineer at Meta bluntly concluding, kids are not safe on Instagram. This is not about bad content on the internet. It's about careless product design. And adding, Meta's conscious product design and implementation choices are selecting, promoting, and bringing inappropriate content, contact, and compulsive use to children every day. Now, in response, you had Meta disputing the report, calling it biased, and telling Time magazine that it ignored teens who have positive experiences on the platform. But also, that report is far from
our algorithm specifically drilled into these kids to give them a negative thing. Well, sometimes it's nice to them. Sometimes some kids get good reactions and they say that they like it. Okay, aren't you going to ignore? You're ignoring those. Cherry picker. But like your system is directly targeting and making them doom scroll. It's specifically trying to do that. Yeah, well, sometimes they like it.
the only place that we've seen major issues being brought up. Right, Reuters and the Wall Street Journal, for example, they reported earlier this year that Meta's AI chatbot would flirt and engage in romantic or sexual roleplay with young people, leading lawmakers to investigate. And in August, the Washington Post reported that the chatbot helped teen accounts plan suicide, and all of that as parents have no way of disabling it. Right now, you have Meta saying that it's still not giving that as an option, but that this new PG-13 policy will also apply to conversations with its chatbots. And so Meta is claiming that they won't give age-inappropriate responses that would be out of place in a PG-13 movie. But of course, we'll have to see if it actually works and what kind of impact any of this actually has, which is going to take time. And actually, that's in part because Meta said that these new settings will begin rolling out gradually on teen accounts in the US, UK, Australia, and Canada today, and will then be fully rolled out by the end of the year. But with the company saying that it plans to roll out these changes globally. But with all that said, what do you think? Good change, bad change? Will this actually have an impact? Yeah, let me know what you're thinking in those comments down below. And that, my friends, brings us to the end of today's show, but there is more to watch. But if you haven't seen it yet, you've got my podcast with Hank.
Pass on that podcast. Interesting. Interesting is the word I say ad nauseum. I try not to, but I do it. I'm guilty. Let's see. This was a story that's in the title, as well as it being oops. The youth are cooked. This is a Politico thing. Exclusive. I love Hitler. Leaked messages expose young Republicans' racist chat. Now, I don't know where y'all went to high school. Obviously, a lot of you guys are international and shit. But when I was in high school, Bush was president before I could vote. And there was a group of people called the Young Republicans. They had a club. They were at a group. Just like how there was an engineering club and a fucking, stage club, there was a Young Republicans club. They all wear little suits. They're little fucking weirdos, religious nuts. So them being weirdos, them being fucking deranged to this day, that is not a surprise. If you recall that, like, the kids standing on the Capitol smugly staring at the indigenous Americans drumming, right? In that video, them kind of being weird shitheads to them. That's Young Republicans in a nutshell. Even if that group was not Young Republicans, that's basically what I remember and it was exposed to when I thought of Young Republicans. So them having fucking text chat groups where they are deranged little edgy bastards totally works. There's insane words up here. Everyone that votes no is going to the gas chamber. When do we bring that side out? Also, we are officially under consideration for a Trump endorsement. Smile. I'm ready to watch people burn now. Great, period. I love Hitler. You're giving nationalists too much credit and expecting the Jew to be honest. I can't quite see that one. That's layered wrong. I go to the zoo if I wanted to watch monkey play ball. Insane. If we ever had a leak of this chat, we'd be cooked for real, for real. When do we start bullying, dude? Kick the bitch. They blurred bitch, but they don't blur some of this other shit. It was rape. He also hates the Jews. Heart emoji. They love the watermelon people. Holy fuck. This girl is fully R word. They blurred out that word. Stay in the closet, F slur. Yo, everyone that endorses then votes for us is going to the gas chamber. Fire emoji. Just some, I guess, choice examples, right? Leaders of younger Republican groups throughout the country worried what would happen if their Telegram chat ever got leaked, but they kept typing anyway. They referred to black people as monkeys and the watermelon people. Such an old fucking racist version of things. Such an old fucking thing. They mused about putting their political opponents in gas chambers. They talked about raping their enemies and driving them to suicide, and lauded Republicans that they believed support slavery. William Hendricks, the Kansas Young Republicans vice chair, used the words N-word with a soft A and N-word with a UH? That's insane. That's like a more racist version of a soft A. Oh my God. Variations of a racial slur more than a dozen times in the chat. Bobby Walker, the vice chair of the New York State Young Republicans at the time, referred to rape as epic. Peter Getuna, Getunta? I'm such a fucking dumbass. Who at the times was the chair of the same organization, wrote in a message sent in June that everyone that votes no is going to the gas chamber. Are they? Because when I was exposed to young Republicans, it was high school, right? So that was like literally before they could even vote sometimes. Gunter was referring to an upcoming vote on whether he should become the chair of the Young Republican National Federation, the GOP's 1,500-member political organization of Republicans between 18 and 40. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, my. Okay, yeah, right there. Yeah. I'm going to create some... Oh, my God. Being this edgy and weird when you're fucking 30s? Oh, my God. I'm going to create some of the greatest psychological torture methods known to man. We only want true believers. Members responded. Everyone that votes no. Oh, yeah. When do we start bullying, dude? We have a solid 3 people who can have them want to jump. If they vote for us, why would they be gassed? When do we bring that side out? I'm going to create some of the greatest psychological torture methods known to man. As a reply to, why would they be gassed if they vote for us? We only want true believers. Yeah. Can we fix the showers? Gas chambers won't fit the Hitler aesthetic. Lots of fucking happies there. I'm ready to watch people burn now. Gotta pretend like we like them. Hey, come on in. Take a nice shower and relax. Boom, they're dead. Every time a Candace Owens type, every time a fucking Nick Fuentes type, right? Every time, Blacks for Trump guy who's like, yeah, yeah, it's all sick. Yeah, I'm a good one. I'm one of the good ones. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. What? This is not career ending still? Oh my God. Yeah, well, I mean, like, edgy leftists, right? There's always going to be the freaks out there. There's always going to be the overly edgy individuals. I do believe this is innate in a lot of the policies of the right wing. And you could definitely use it as a version. That's true. That's true. Working for these individuals, right? Yeah. All the campaign ads for fucking DeSantis and even Trump will have like fucking Nazi fucking imagery literally woven into it, right? And that's not a they let go of that one staffer or just suspend them or whatever the fuck they do. This silent thing that happens to some guy you never know existed, and then they move along. That should definitely be a moment to weed it all out and to rupture the system that exists. But obviously, it's not. Can we fit the gas chambers don't fit the Hitler aesthetic. Previously identified himself as the general counsel for the New York State Young Republicans, wrote back, "I'm ready to watch people burn." New York's national committee member said, "The exchange is a part of the trove of Telegram chats obtained by Politico and spamming more than 7 months of messages." Holy fuck. It's not even like a weird day. Not that that would ever be a valid thing for a day, but the fact that it's going on for an insane long period of time. Young Republican leaders in New York, Kansas, Arizona, and Vermont. The chat offers an unfiltered look at how a new generation of GOP activists talk when they think no one is listening. Since Politico began making inquiries, one member of the group's chat is no longer employed at their job, and another job offer was rescinded. Prominent New York Republicans, including Rep. Elise Stefanski and State Minority Leader Rob Ort, have denounced the chat. I denounce it. And festering resentments among young Republicans have now turned into public recriminations, including allegations of character assassination and extortion. What? How dare you make me look so bad? How dare you attack my character? Who knows what I could have meant when I talked about the gas chambers not fitting the Hitler aesthetic? What could I have meant? How dare you assassinate my character? What the fuck? The 3,000 pages of chats shared among a dozen millennials and Gen Z Republicans. Yeah, these are definitely fucking millennials. Like, Gen Z is catching strays here. Like, the occasional 18-year-old that somehow fucking fits in this mold when there's fucking people my age in here. Jesus Christ. Between early January and mid-August, chronicle their campaign to seize control of the National Young Republican Organization. A hardline pro-Donald Trump platform, many of the chat members already work inside the government or party politics. That's a problem, right? And it's only probably increased, not only these type of groups, but then this type of language being used by these groups, right? The more fucking allowed it is, the more openly insane Twitter is and how Twitter gets involved with half the fucking organization. Many of the chat members already work inside the government party politics, and others serve as a state. One serves as a senator. Together, a message revealed that all these people should be visually expunged from not just like quietly suspended or let go, allowed to resign, but their names should be mud. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Yeah. Together, the message revealed a culture where racist, anti-Semitic, and violent rhetoric circulate freely. And with the Trump era loosening the political norms has made such talk feel less taboo among those positioning themselves as party leaders, the party's next leaders. The more the political atmosphere is open and liberating, like it has been with the emergence of Trump and the more right-wing GOP, even before him, it opens up young people and old people to tell racist jokes, making racist commentaries in private and public. And Joe Fegan, a Texas A&M sociology professor who has studied racism for the past 60 years. Holy fuck. The tomes of racism that must be in that man's head. Jesus Christ. He's also concerned with the words would be applied to public policy. It's chilling because they will act on these views. Yeah. Dynamics of easy racism and casual cruelty played out often in dark, vivid fashion inside the chats, where campaign talk and party gossip blurred into streams of slurs and violent fantasies. Is this one of the guys? Peter Guntina. Is he one of them? The group chat members spoke freely about the pressure to cow to Trump and to avoid being called a rhino. The love of Nazis within their party's right wing, and the president's alleged work to suppress documents related to wealthy financier Jeffrey Epstein's sex child crimes. Wait, what? the love of Nazis within their party's right wing and the president's alleged work to suppress. So they like both of them? Well, of course they do. They're pedophile Nazis. That's just how it fucking works. Trump's too busy burning the Epstein files. Dwyer and Katie declined to comment. Malingo and Hendricks did not return requests, but some involved in the chat did respond publicly. Guntina claimed to release the chat as part of a highly coordinated year-long character assassination led by Gavin Wax and the New York City Young Republican Club, in allusion to a once obscured internecine war that has now spilled into the open. Internecine? Oh my God. I need to read more. Internecine? Internal? I'm trying to figure out what the word's supposed to mean. Inter, and then nexine. Internecine? Yeah. These logs were sourced. Oh, let's get it back to the center. There we go. These logs were sourced by a way of extortion and provided to Politico by the very same people conspiring against me. What's most disheartening is that despite my unwavering support for the Trump rogue, misspelling, Rouge, members of his administration, including Gavin Wax, have participated in this conspiracy to ruin me publicly because I challenged them privately. Wax, a staffer at Trump's department, formerly led the New York Young Republican Club, a separate city-based group that is at odds with the state organization, the New York State Republicans. He declined to comment. Despite his allusions to infighting, he still apologized. I am so sorry those offended by the insensitive and inexcusable languages found within the more than 30,000 messages in a private group chat that I created during my campaign to lead the Young Republicans. While I take complete responsibility, I have no way of verifying their accuracy and am deeply concerned that the message log in question may have been deceptively doctored. How far off? Oh, destructive to both sides in a conflict. Okay. Got it. So you don't have the copies of them, but someone else kept copies of them because it's an insane chat. And as you guys become more and more high in the government, it's a bigger and bigger story, right? A notarized affidavit signed by Bartels. Wait, did I go past one? Oh yeah, at least one person in the Telegram chat works in the Trump administration. Bartels, who according to his LinkedIn account serves as a senior advisor in the official general counsel within the U.S. Small Business Administration. I don't know if you can trust the LinkedIn. Like he puts that as his job title, but I know of somebody that puts down CNN contributor. So I don't know how exactly you can trust these things. Bartels did not have much to say in the chat, but he didn't offer any pushback against the offensive rhetoric either. Oh my God. Did not have much to say. So I guess he didn't come up much, but also, it is what it is. A notarized affidavit signed by him, obtained by Politico, also sheds light on the intra-party rivalry that led to Restroyer War Room Telegram chat to be made public. Bartels refers to Wax as well. He wrote that he did not give Politico the chat and that Wax demanded a phone call, that he provided the full chat log. Okay. So he's saying that he didn't give Politico the chat and that Wax demanded in a phone call that he provide the full chat log. Weird. When I attempted to resist that demand after providing some of the request information, Wax threatened my professional standing and raised the possibility of potential legal action related to alleged breach of non-disclosure agreement. Of course, they're going to try to get lawyer and litigious with each other and, all smoke and mirrors, all blustering, puffing up their chest, all roaring, showing their teeth. Just trying to act like, I'm the big guy here. I'm afraid all of a sudden that I'm going to get fucking roasted by this. And now I'm going to say you are in trouble. And non-disclosure, you didn't realize. You need to give it to me now. Just shut up and give it to me. My position within the Young Republican Club was directly threatened. All of your guys' things should be threatened. Every single one of you should be fucked. Walker, who now leads the New York State Young Republicans, touched on a similar theme. We're saying that he believes portions of the chat may have been altered, taken out of context, or otherwise manipulated, and that their private exchanges were obtained and released in a way clearly intended to inflict harm. When they said they would go to the zoo to watch a monkey play ball, what context could you say that in? Where would that be fucking appropriate? He also apologized. This is all out of context. Also, I'm so sorry. There's no excuse for the language and tone of messaging attributed to me. The language is wrong and hurtful, and I sincerely apologize. I just say so many racist things, I forget what it is. I just can't remember it all. This has been a painful lesson about judgment and trust. No, it should be a lesson about how you're a fucking racist. That's what it should be a lesson about. I mean, the judgment and trust can come later, but you're a fucking racist. And I'm committed to moving forward with greater care, respect, and accountability in everything I say and do. My ass. 251 times. Mixed into formal conversation about wiping votes, social media strategy, and logistics. Members of the chat slung around an array of slurs, which Politico is republishing to show how they spoke. Epithets like F-slur, R-word, and N-word with a soft A appeared more than 251 times combined. In one instance, Walker, who at the time was a staffer for Ort, talked about how a mutual friend of someone in the chat dated this very close Indian woman for a period of time. Oh, sorry. I put the word close. Obese Indian woman at part of the time. Responded, that woman is not Indian. She just didn't bathe often. A state senator from northern Vermont and head of the state's Young Republicans replied. In a separate conversation, Gunta shared in his flight to Charleston, South Carolina, landed safely. Then he offered some advice for his fellow Young Republicans. I know. It is. Yes, it should be crazy to everybody. It should never not be crazy. I mean, like, we all know that a bunch of them are secretly racist, but then for them to just openly fucking start texting that shit to a group full of 30 to 18-year-old people, that's insane. It's extra insane. The fact, you would hope that they secretly aren't actually fucking Omega racists or whatever it is, but we all kind of know that a good portion of them are. But then the fact that they're just doing it, like, not incredibly openly, but definitely openly, you know what I mean? Oh my God. Because everyone knows behind closed doors what they fucking act like. I mean, even then, you would assume this fucker would not be a little sniveling, a little fucking groiper. But it's surprising, but it shouldn't be. But it is, but it shouldn't. But it is, and it isn't. You know what I mean? It's like, if your pilot is a she and she looks 10 shades darker than someone from Sicily, just end it there. Scream the no-no word. Douglas did not respond. In a statement, Ort called for members of the chat to resign. Yes. I was shocked and disgusted to learn about the racist, anti-Semitic, and misogynistic comment attributed to members of New York State Young Republicans. This behavior is indefensible and has no place in our party, anywhere or in public life. Bobby Walker speaks at the Winter Conference and the 6th Annual Rising Stars Reception. Yeah, Rising. Yeah. The Rising Sun. God. Walker has been in line to manage a young Republican Peter Oberacker's, there's no N in there. I don't know why I put an N in there. Campaign for Congress in upstate New York, but a spokesperson for the campaign said Walker won't be brought in on light of the comments. I mean, I guess there's no jail for being racist, but what the fuck? The private rhetoric isn't happening in a vacuum. It comes amid a widespread coarsening of the broader political discourse. I see. Like, just making it rough or whatever. And radically offensive tropes on the right become increasingly common in public debate. Last month, Trump posted an artificial intelligence-generated video that showed House Minority, Jeffries in a sombrero beside Senate Chuck Schumer, and then they have, like, fucking, mariachi bands playing. A false-running GOP trope that they're trying to give healthcare to immigrants specifically and only, which is ridiculous. And then, yes, the sombrero meme has been widely used now. And it's like not even a good joke. You know what I mean? Like, what are you fucking making like Speedy Gonzalez jokes? What the fuck? Is this the 90s? What the hell? Come on. In his 2024 campaign, Trump spread false reports of Haitian migrants eating pets. Yep. At one of his rallies, welcomed Tony Hinchcliffe, who called Puerto Rico a floating island garbage. Yeah, that made a big thing. And joked about black people craving watermelons on Halloween. Liz Houston, a White House spokesperson, rejected the idea that Trump's rhetoric had anything to do with the members. Okay, sure, yes. Only an activist left-wing reporter when desperately tried to tie President Trump to a story in a random group chat. Random. It's a random group chat, just like a fucking Discord chat. It had nothing to do with like the fucking senator and all of the up-and-coming elements of the Republican Party working together. Yeah, it's just a random group chat. You know, like one text change between two FBI employees who are fucking saying, yo, man, I don't like Donald Trump. I just don't like him, right? That becomes a national story about the fucking cover-up and all the insane things and how the deep state is real. But this shit is like, only an activist would fucking think that, you fucking liberal. You know what I mean? It's just projection, cry bully. It's insane. Oh my God. Dangerous smears coming from Democrat politicians who have fraternized about murdering their opponents and called Republicans Nazis and fascists. Wait. Coming from Democrat politicians who have fraternized about murdering their opponents. Like, who? What Democrat politicians? Like, I thought they were trying to make a dig at like Hassan specifically about murdering opponents and Republicans, but it seems too disconnected for that because of like they should kill Rick Scott thing or whatever. But that was, again, misunderstanding for sure, and willingly misunderstood in many ways. But I don't know of any Democrat politicians that have said so and so should be dead. You know, I've never fucking ever heard of that, and called them Nazis and fascists. Well, if you know, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like, at what point when you do fascist fucking policies is it okay to call you a fascist? No one has been subjected to more vicious rhetoric and violence than the Trump and his supporters. Well, what about all the vicious rhetoric that has just recently happened about them saying that brown people just have not washed and you should say the no-no word? The chat tells his fellow Republicans that he spoke with the White House about how an endorsement from the Trump... okay. Republicans, in the Restroyer war room, Gunta tells his fellow Republicans that he spoke with the White House about an endorsement from Trump for his bid to become chairman of the National Federation. Trump and the Republican National Committee ultimately decided to stay neutral. A White House official said that it has no affiliation to restore YR and that hundreds of groups that asked the White House for its endorsement. Oh, young Republicans, right. Gunta was the most prominent voice in the chat, spreading racist messages, often encouraged or liked by others. When Luke Moiseman, a chair of the Arizona Young Republicans, asked if the New Yorker in the chat were watching an NBA playoff game, responded, "The zoo, monkeys play ball," insane. Everywhere refers to black people as the watermelon people. Elsewhere refers to. Hendricks made a similar remark in July. Bro is at a chicken restaurant ordering his food, but he likes some watermelon and Kool-Aid. Oh, I forgot about the Kool-Aid part. I forgot about that. Oh my fuck. Oh my fuck. Hendricks with the communication. Oh my God. And then they got the Fash fucking side shave too. Oh my God. What is this pin? What is this? What is this pin? Is that not an American flag? It's not. I don't know what that is. Yeah, Missouri or some shit. Yeah. Hendricks was a communications assistant for the Kansas Republican Attorney General Chris Kobach until Thursday. He also said in the chat that despite political differences, he's drawn to Missouri's Republican congregation because Missouri doesn't like F slurs. William Hendricks, what do you know? In Kansas. So maybe that's a Kansas flag or something. I bet he likes corn. God. Just. It's one of the things that I've always tried to not have the pudgy hand, like that pudge hand, where it's just you're soft, you're jobless, you're fucking, you eat too many treats, you're just a fucking. It's just not a good, like, even like the emote of like the hand petting the thing or whatever. It has this like soft gamer hand. I've always noticed that never looks good, even on its own, and then when you zoom out it looks even worse. But I've always been like, I'm not too fat. I'm not too far gone yet because I don't have the pudge hand. Politico reached out to Herbert, a spokesperson for the Attorney General who serves the Kansas GOP chair, and shared with her excerpts experts. Oh my God. I'm like thinking 3 different ways to read the sentence, and it's only the correct way. So I'm just fucking too illiterate to get through it. They shared with her excerpts of the chat involving Hendricks. In response, Herbert said, "We are aware of the issues raised in your article. Hendricks is no longer employed. Thank fucking God." But then again, like you need to be blacklisted. You need to be like, unless you can somehow prove an obscene amount of work has been done to better yourself, you should basically never be allowed to work in this type of work ever again. But you're going to go from fucking Kansas to Missouri because they don't mess with F slurs. Like, you no longer work for us, but then you're free to move on, right? It's not like obviously there's no jail, but there should be like fucking, you know, social credit jail. Like, what the fuck? You fucked the vibes. You fucked shit up so super hard. I had some back and forth with a VC in Michigan chair. Current chair is deer in headlights. We have a call Wednesday. He did say many delegates I bring will vote for the most right-wing person. Great. I love Hitler. Another exchange, Dwyer, the Kansas chair, informs on the Michigan. I mean, great to love Hitler responded with a smiley face. Few minority groups are spared. I mean, other than just going over more and more and more of the insane things. I guess it's like I'm most curious about the fallout and how high it went, right? They're going to, despite earning endorsements from Stetfink, a longtime advisor, Roger Stone. Roger Stone, another insane character. Of course he would be down with this shit. Assemblymember Mike Riley ultimately fell 6 point short of winning the chair. Accepted an award. Their senior advisor for Stetfink said Congresswoman was absolutely appalled to learn of the alleged comments made by leaders of the New York Young Republicans and other state Young Republicans in a large national group chat. Comments were heinous, anti-Semitic, racist, and unacceptable. Has never been employed anyone in the chat. Oh yeah, no, Stetfink has never employed anyone. If the description by Politico is accurate, calls for any New York Republicans responsible for these things to step down immediately. Okay. Condone the comments. Few groups are spared. Dark humor. Line on darker skinned pilot, for example, echoes one used by slain conservatist Charlie Kirk. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Kirk discussing how diversity hiring invites unwholesome thinking. White supremacist symbols, Jesus Christ. This is just it's a long article. Vicious words for enemies. Yes, violence is there. Joe, did you look it up yet? Just did. Probably shouldn't have. My work computer. In reply to the Spanish came to America and had sex with every single woman. Sex is gay. Sex, it was rape. Epic. Dungless. There's a phenotype to this, isn't there? There really is. Pasty, gap-toothed fucking corn boys, you know? It's just... Oh. If I ever had a leak of this chat, any more cool photos? No. Yeah. No, I mean... Yeah. I feel like I've played Warhammer with a lot of these guys. Just gonna say it. This one's also like the marching pose. You know, wearing the suit. I bet that guy that rates suits or whatever would have a lot to say about this, right? There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. I bet a lot of these guys began their journey to being freaks in Warhammer. Absolutely. There were some, I mean, because like a part of my back line interest in things is Warhammer 40K. Big part of my life, big part of my, you know, some people can pontificate about anime. I can talk about Warhammer, right? To some degree. I have not read all the fucking books or whatever, so I would ultimately be out fucking classed. But there's been some thumbnails and shit that I've seen from like prominent Warhammer communities where it's like they're ruining the game and, you know, not for us anymore kind of shit, like gatekeeping kind of garbage. So it would be great. This kind of reminds me of what's his name? The guy that was on Connor Eats Pants, the guy who did drag, who got kicked out for just lying a little too much, just a little too much. George Santos, that's what it is. George Santos, yeah. He kind of had that Santos build, let's be real, but also just that little shitty grin and little cheeks. Like he's just kind of got that, you know, going on. And maybe it's the balding comb over style as well, kind of coming in with the forehead exposure. But yeah, it's nuts. Here's something that might be a better summary of all the back end, what happened at the end of it.
We are getting a window into how a new generation of Republican activists talk when they think no one's listening, and it's really ugly. Politico obtained more than 7 months of Telegram chat messages between about a dozen young Republican leaders in New York, Kansas, Arizona, and Vermont. Now, MSNBC has not independently reviewed those messages, but what Politico published today shows the conservatives openly praising Adolf Hitler, making celebratory jokes about gas chambers and slavery and rape. For example, when the chair of Arizona Young Republicans asked if the New Yorkers in the chat were watching an NBA playoff game, New York State Republican Chair Peter Junta responded, "I'd go to the zoo if I wanted to watch monkeys play ball."
By Jason Beeferman. Hell yeah. And Emily Nago. I mean, I guess, I thought like the 3-letter word with NGO, wasn't that one of those right-wing reporter guys? I forget his name. He's always going off about getting beat up by Antifa. Tony Gano or like, I forget. Andy, that's what it is. Yeah. So, I mean, obviously a last name is not immediately related or whatever it is, but yeah. Andy No, that's how people, yeah, you pronounce it. Yeah.
We should note that when Politico asked for comment, the Arizona Young Republican chair declined. Junta claimed the release of the chat as part of, quote, highly coordinated year-long character assassination led by an opponent. I think. Yeah,
I mean, it's just like, you know, Adam Smith. Oh, wasn't there a Smith that did something? Or, yeah. But it's just like, at first I'm like, who? Who did this? And it's like, oh, wait, never mind. That's a different person, probably a whole different everything.
A kind of internecine opponent, a fellow conservative. Out of 28,000 messages obtained, Politico identified 251 bigoted epithets in the chat. There were many more outrageous examples of racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, homophobia than we could or would want to repeat here.
I mean, because again, if this came out in Hoscord, right? If this came out in, I'm trying to think of another place that could be considered. I mean, for the love of God, don't let them fucking hack the fucking, you know, Destiny Discord, because they'll see this exact fucking pile of stuff. But if they're like, look, it's leftists being vitriolic and calling for violence and being bad, it would just be like an open season for ICE to just literally tackle every single person they see, right? So, but then it's just, you know, what do you you know, I can't comment on it from which is to be expected, because you know they're not going to stand on fucking principle, obviously.
Here's the thing. These are not like, we're not talking about kids here. The age limit to the group was...
I don't know how to hack it. Yeah, it's true. I mean, but now because this story comes out, all of a sudden, you know, they're going to be, it seems very likely that they're going to try to run and say It's both sides. Both sides. You're worse. You're worse. They're going to do it, which is why I don't want to act like, obviously these are freaks and these, but also the Destiny server is not full of people who are like senators and shit. That's the other thing. Like there's a layer of like intensity from like direct staffers and then literal fucking people who hold power, right? So that is a distinction that will get lost in the sauce when it comes to this rhetoric versus your rhetoric. Especially if they go down that road to try to point fingers back and say, it's not just us who are doing it, it's you too. But that's the difference here, right? And then you want to see those people not only told to step down or get fired or whatever, but you also want to see them on a fucking blacklist of some kind.
40. Many chat members work inside government or party politics. One's a state senator. Another works in Trump's Small Business Administration. Politico reports that since they began making inquiries, at least 4 members of the chat have lost their jobs or had job offers rescinded. Now, this kind of virulent hatred on display here has become quite familiar in Trump's very online Republican Party. I mean, all you have to do is find it. To find it is open a website called x.com, right? And you can see it everywhere. That one's run by Donald Trump's biggest political donor. Or you can see Trump administration officials and official U.S. government accounts on social media exulting in sadistic edgelord cruelty and celebrating hatred and prejudice. But now it's also becoming clear that the people who are running the Republican Party at the ground level are just immersed in this cesspit of bigotry. And also, it's not just, abstract. They're acting on it. I mean, this is happening at the staff level during the Republican administration that has been waging a full-scale war on civil rights law from the first day in office. Jelani Cobb is a staff writer at The New Yorker, dean of the Columbia University School of Journalism, author of a new book out today, 3 or More is a Riot, Notes on How We Got Here, a collection of excellent essays. And he joins me now. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
I mean, at some level, this is not surprising.
No.
Particularly because you can kind of see, I mean, it all sounds like stuff you see out in the open. Mm-hmm. But it does seem important to me that, like, to connect, New York Times did this great piece the other day where they were talking about the highest levels of government and all of the officials of color, particularly black officials who have been fired.
That's right.
Lost their jobs. Yeah. Like, it's not really an abstraction.
Right.
This kind of bigotry and animus and what this government is currently doing. There, you see it right there.
Yeah. And also I would add to that, other things that are like patent.
Right. Yeah. There's been a lot of this, which to some degree I expected, but also to see it sort of laid out. It's an element that is expected, but kind of, yeah, I mean, I remember that there was like either a message or a tweet about like, oh, look, it's another, black woman of color that they're trying to de-seat or unpower or whatever it is. And it's just like, ooh, that's probably going on a lot more than I had realized at first.
Obvious. We have had this incredible repressive attack on immigrants, even people who are in the country legally. These are overwhelmingly people of color who we see being thrown to the ground and yanked out of cars and all these. And at the same time, there's this curious benevolence toward white South Africans who
Yes.
are invited into the country. What gives?
Special status.
Yes.
I mean, Grok, when I was asking Grok for a cookie recipe, they were being very clear about the white genocide. So there's obvious evidence of it.
Special status, like how does that work? I'm old enough to remember the alleged S-hole countries. I'm old enough to remember when Hillary Clinton was pilloried for saying that Donald Trump had aligned himself with a set of people who would be considered deplorable. But we see this kind of language, this kind of grab bag of bigotries, the kind of dueling homophobia, misogyny, anti-Semitism, racism, like all of the kinds of worst traits. And it's been emboldened, has been facilitated by the movement, the Trumpist movement.
One of the things that struck me in reading this piece is, people, there's all sorts of private chats people have. And people, sure. I want to be clear that, like, people say things in private.
Shithole countries was his first big deal. Now it wouldn't even make the news. You're right. Absolutely true. Yeah, I mean, they'll make a few, meme songs out of the cats and dog thing. put some kind of beat behind it so people can kind of keep it somewhat in the zeitgeist. But then my parents don't think about it one bit. You know, they don't think about it for a second when they're going to fucking cast their vote for 2028 for the continuation of Donald Trump.
Private that are different than what they say in public.
Sure.
And all signs of people have private communications that would be embarrassing to be made public. But these people are, A, coordinating this.
I'm trying to think if I have anything. Like, uh-oh. You know? Like, because there's like a lot of those like celebrities who get like their flirt texts, but it's like, damn babe, or whatever, like, oh, you know, hot. Or they say these weird little like those things get leaked sometimes and people make fun of them because it's funny. But I'm trying to think like I guess I just don't talk enough in chat messages. I just don't text people enough. You know, I'm not a fucking like teenager doing T9 on my fucking phone all day, sitting there at the dinner table. I'm like, if like my fucking Xbox Live chat came out, I'd probably be pretty fucking embarrassed. Both A, because of how prepubescent I fucking sound, and also how I was probably throwing around homophobia slurs quite a bit. But I'm just trying to think back, man. Like, even in like the past 5 years, like who have I texted that would be? I guess you're just saying in general, like private messages should be private, but this is different because it's leaders talking to each other about the organizations that they're in power of.
In the context of a shared political project.
Right.
It's not
Exactly.
they're not like talking smack to each other about fantasy football. There are people with power and influence. And it really does strike me that like this idea, it has become an affirmative good. JD Vance was just.
I liked having the box crop that I had before, but it's like sometimes I put my hand up and then like, cause I don't know, I don't think I'm Italian, but I do so many I speak with my hands a lot. My dad always did, but then I go to put my hand up and it's just literally just out of frame on the squeeze back one. It's just not there. And I'm like, fuck, you know? So I had this wider one. Maybe it adds too much to the left. I should have it more add to the right, but.
Posting like refusing to condemn them. The culture of the right now really does embrace this. It's
Sure.
Whatever the opposite of political correctness is in their minds is affirmative cruelty and racism exalted.
Yeah, you remember when we saw the young woman who referred to the black child, baby, by the N-word, and then there was this massive wave of money generated for her.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. Wasn't it like, it wasn't $1 million. It wasn't it like $100,000 or something?
Online in response to being castigated for that. And so this is not uncommon. It's not surprising. The thing that I will say about that is this, though. We have a right to privacy. We have a right to express, ourselves among our friends and our peers.
Let's see. Minnesota woman. Hey, her last name is Hendricks. Wasn't there somebody in this story? Probably unrelated. On a viral, this is from Minnesota, so I don't think they talked about that place. After identifying herself, she created an online fundraiser that raised over $800,000. Interesting. It's crazy.
In a way that we wouldn't in a professional environment, certainly, sure.
800,000, 200,000 short, so like 4/5 of a million.
But this is into the locker room talk territory.
Yeah, totally.
Where there are things that, are so outrageous that they should be concerning.
That was AI overview. I should double check the fucking source, depending on when it was posted, right? No. Yeah, 800,000. Yeah. August, May, August. So I'll go with the August one. Yeah, 800,000. Yeah, okay. Confirmed.
Like if I wanted to see monkeys play with the ball,
Exactly.
I'd go to the zoo.
Irrespective of the context in which is in.
Dude, I was trying to use, if you remember, I closed the tab out now, but there was that comedian guy who like would paint himself pink or yellow or something. And then he had those posts where he'd like walk into the house and say, you can't even go into a Starbucks anymore. I got punched for no reason. And he's dressed like Hitler. I was trying to find that guy. And I was typing into Google a bunch, like comedian dressed like Hitler gets punched, whatever. And the results were kind of all over the place. And then I even tried the AI mode to be like, okay, sometimes there's this thing that'll find it. And then it just couldn't do it. It kept giving me you know, Drewski doing whiteface or something. I'm like, that's completely different than what I'm talking about. Like the whole point of like AI should be probably to help do like search engine queries, or, you know, sort of understand what you're looking for more than just the raw search engine text would. But yeah, but it wasn't even doing it right, which was like, ah. I think I had to search for it, just like got punched for no reason meme. That's what I had. That's what I had to type in to Google, and I got it. What? Oh, it's not. I don't know what it is, but I get Facebook posts literally always as the first thing, as like my related images or something, which is really annoying. That they always want to pull up on Facebook. I'm like, I don't like Facebook. But like, this is like, you know, I guess like the first frame of his video, whatever it is. Yeah, mine is Facebook for sure, for real. Yeah, he's obviously doing a joke, pretending like, you know, look, I got punched for no reason whatsoever, you know. But I was just trying to find that thing, and the AI tool couldn't find it.
Which it is uttered. And so, and moreover, these are people who hold political power or attached to a political apparatus that impacts the lives of people, of Americans of various kinds of backgrounds.
I also feel like, I mean, I guess I've gotten in my middle age stodgy about this or something, but like, I think shame and taboo are really important. I think virtue signaling as opposed to vice signaling is important. And I actually think it's really important for people to be told by other people, hey, that's disgusting what you said. Hey, that's offensive what you said. What you have here on the right these days is a culture that is the opposite.
Right.
That revels in it, right? That like this sort of rebellion against censoriousness or DEI or you can't say anything anymore very quickly turns into we love Hitler.
Right.
As maybe originally a kind of ironic take, but then not so ironic the more you say it.
But I wonder if it ever was that.
Right, yeah, fair point. Yes,
because it's
I'm
like,
being charitable.
Right, but
Yeah.
even when you say this, okay, you know, it's censorship. You know, you don't want to prevent people from being able to express themselves. Right. Sure, but what people are actually asking for is impunity.
That's right.
As in, you can say these things, and there is no.
You know, I don't want to be censored, but I also don't want to be made. I don't want to be told it's bad. That's the difference. Because, like, yeah, it was never ironic. It was only ever used the ironicness as a defense because you were now giving me consequences for my fucking actions. That's when it becomes ironic.
Social consequence for them.
And that social consequence in some ways is like what civilization is made of.
Right. Right.
Honestly.
And so in my middle-agedness, Chris, I will see your.
I don't know if y'all have a similar problem, but after I only have one root canal with one crown, but I think it might have been even before they had to do it, but like the gums between that tooth and the next real tooth, it is permanently fucked. I always have to like blast it with the water pick, and I have to floss it, and it's always painful. It always bleeds. It always has, I guess there's just like I was told there's a large pocket in there. Sometimes the hygienist says it's normal. Sometimes they say it's not. It's just a permanently fucked spot that I have to floss every day for sure. Otherwise, I'll wake up with like a headache on this whole half of my head where it's like stemming from that like spot. And I've been to a different dentist and I've been to different hygienists, and it's just like they're all like, "Oh, just keep cleaning it." I don't know. Like I've had it root canaled, I've had it recrowned, I've had all these different things to it. It's just like a permanent fuck situation. It really sucks.
You know, demand for kind of maybe common decency and say that I believe that we should bring respect back.
Yeah.
Just a basic level of respect.
Jelani Cobb, a man I deeply respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Interesting. This was the Twitter post about it. Let's see. We got here. Youth are cooked. Increasing social media usage. Cognitive decline in kids are linked. New study.
And as more children die.
Now, I am less doomer about phones. I am less doomer about like kids these days and the internet. And like, I don't want to be the, you know, it's the rap music you see. Oh, it's the video games, right? I want to avoid that. automatic. Once you pass 35, you're like, wait a minute, no, it is the children who were wrong. Like you got to try to fucking fight that shit off. I don't want to be blind to the issues of phones, which is where, like, you know, when people put age gates on porn websites, people keep saying that porn is a problem. I think back to myself. By the time I was in like the end of middle school, I had a computer in my room. I was porning it up, right? Now, I didn't have an addiction, but I also didn't have a phone. Do I think me porning it up is healthy for me? Probably not. It definitely, you know, oh man, like there would be times where it was a weekend. Like, and before gooning was a thing, I would just have like an evening of just exploring, you know, just sort of diving in, you know what I mean? Fucking weird flash games, dating sims, all these different types of things, all this. It was literally a dark time because it was in the dark room late at night. I was a kid, so I didn't like shower a lot. There was a distinct ball smell that I just mentally associate with that time. Like sitting down at that fucking computer desk that I had in my bedroom just remembers that smell. It's a very specific type of like hand lotion that would be like a bulk buy my mom would have or something. Crazy to think about. Crazy to think about. Oh man. You know, peak this time of my life, whether it's like, I don't know, somewhere between 9th grade and like 10th, you know, there's a certain point, right? And like, I remember it's like the summer or it's the weekend or something, and I'm waking up a little late and my mom is like cleaning or doing something, vacuuming, doing whatever. And then she's there taking out the trash cans from the rooms. And she's like holding the trash can and then just pulling out just a shit ton of tissues, going like, I guess he's sick or something. And I'm just like, oh God. Oh God. Oh my God. It's just like waking up being like, oh no, like not like don't worry, I'll get it. Like it's too late, you know, it's happened. And it's just like, fuck. Because it's like, oh, I don't feel like changing the bag. It's just a couple of tissues. But then it's like, oh, this is a lot more tissues than I thought there would be. You know, I'm just like, no. Oh, man. So it's important to understand times change. And also, like, just because I did it doesn't mean that it's healthy for individuals. I don't know that I want to have a police state where children can't have any devices or phones, but also there's probably some responsibleness that we should have. And I imagine the internet's going to get worse, and fucking deep fakes and AI porn and all kinds of shit that's going to be unhealthy for a developing mind. The amount of misogyny built into the porn industry, especially like the free porn websites, whatever it is, would definitely help shape a patriarchal worldview, right? And unreasonable expectations of sex or whatever. Which reminds me, God, Jesus Christ, I apologize. Why the fuck? Jesus Christ. Oh, it's literally Max, that's why. Holy fuck, I apologize. I gotta check volume before I play things.
I'm Juliana McCannis, filling in for Clifford Baines, who wants you to know that he's super sorry, but he just couldn't make it in today due to a bunch of stuff that he'll tell you about later. A new study has found children who watch pornography are more likely to believe sex is exciting and enjoyable. Is pornography warping our youth's view of sex?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Kids that watch porn are being taught that sex is fun.
That's depressing to me. We expect pornographers to teach children about the reality of sex and to teach them that it's anything less than humiliating and frightening experience experience is wrong.
It is. Sex leaves you numb and shivering for days.
And these are the kind of things that our kids really need to know about.
Pornographers should be required to depict sex honestly. They should always show the actresses being lied to.
Oh, right. That would be very educational. What they should have is a man telling the woman that he likes her very much and that he'll see her at her best friend's birthday party 2 days later.
Liar.
A Shuttleworth Institute report found that 98% of porn movies actually show the actors having physically gratifying orgasms.
I've never experienced that in my entire life.
Of course not.
It's going to make kids think they're doing something wrong when they find themselves in a 30-minute struggle to arouse their frigid partner and then they fall asleep with their hand in her vagina.
Yeah, but it's not just pornography that sends our kids the wrong messages about sex. Child psychologists say that video games like Grand Theft Auto make the process of picking up prostitutes seem easy.
They're right. It doesn't teach kids that it's a nerve-wracking necessity.
Well, and in that video game, you can just bludgeon a prostitute with your gun. This is sending the message to kids that it is simple to kill a hooker and get rid of her body.
No, it's not. It's very, very time-consuming.
Of course it is.
You know, and the game also doesn't teach kids about the emotional side of murdering whores.
That's right, and it
mistake.
easily could. The game should have a mission where you have to avoid eye contact with your wife while you're having breakfast because you're just so racked with shame.
I think that would be really helpful, but the biggest misconception that kids are getting about sex is that it has anything at all to do with love.
There is no love in the world. There's only pain.
Right.
Oh, good stuff. Las Vegas may never be destroyed by terrorists. Homeland Security warns. Right. So, there's always an Onion video, whatever. Okay, I fucked up the volume a bunch, so I'm gonna double check that things are chill. All right.
Into social media, a new study is shedding light on how it can.
So, I don't want to be over corrective, but I also don't want to be in the dark about things. So I'm open to making sure things are safe, even if the little porn fiend of my youth is like, no, let them goon. And, you know, it's like they should probably goon to it a certain extent. Technically, it's illegal for kids to look at porn, right? But also, isn't it healthy? Whatever, right? Maybe just like everything else, I should just look to the fucking experts in the field across a vast majority of the field, not just like the current administration's field, but just like in general, the scientific community, and say, what do y'all think? And I guess this is supposed to have something about it, but we'll see if this is a selected members or if it's more of a general consensus.
Negatively affect young users' mental skills years down the line. Researchers from the University of California, San Francisco, they found kids between
Wokes, California, San Francisco. The correct thing to do is to give the talk and then pretend like, because like it's important, it's beautiful and natural. Now, looking at like, you know, hardcore Shizer porn or whatever is not necessarily as natural or beautiful, but it's a combination of not a necessary evil, but just like what are the things that like could be worse, I guess, or also the world is going to have this stuff, so it's important to make mistakes and to interface with it in a way, and it's kind of like inoculating yourself to bad habits or weird shit, so that way you're not just like randomly exposed to it when you're not ready for it. Not saying that a child is ready for it, but like the world is full of fucking weird porn shit, whatever. It's probably not an easy way to figure that out, because you could never technically introduce a kid to porn or like just leave a magazine. You know, there's no way to do it. It's one of those things that sort of happens naturally and generally seems to work itself out without it being too much of a problem. But you would feel really fucking stupid if you tried to manipulate that process in any way and then it got out of hand immediately. You go, oh my god, I just fucking ruined this human being. Oh my god. And also possibly done a crime, depending upon the type of, you know, situation it is. So you definitely don't want to get involved in it, but also you don't want to stop it. It's weird to think about. I guess you do want to stop it. Probably if you try and stop it as hard as possible, they'll still find a way, right? But maybe if you stop it too hard, they end up finding a way, which then leads them to the worst stuff, which is kind of a weird catch-22.
9 and 13 years old who
That's a really cute phone case, the little bunny ears. That was the thumbnail. I was like, that's really cute. I've never seen that before. And I guess it's vaguely useful to have. Wait, is this like a fucking iPhone 3? Look at the fucking Bezel. This is an old picture, clearly.
Increasingly use social media performed worse on reading, memory, and vocabulary tests 2 years later. Among children labeled high use, meaning those who spent 3 or more hours per day on social media, scores were 4 to 5 points lower on a 100.
You familiar with the movie called Shame of the Jungle? It's supposed to be like King of the Jungle or like Call of the Wild, I guess. It's not safe or stream fair. Twisted and Sexual. I watched it as a preteen. People today would be getting it banned. Is it just a movie, or is it like a documentary movie about stuff, or is it? I'm not sure.
Point exam, and it wasn't just the serial scrollers.
Oh, Twisted and Sexual animation is weird. I remember at one point, I can't remember the age because I was fortunate that I was able to grow up, and that once I was in like kindergarten, we had a house. But then I was in that house until fucking I was a damn adult, you know, coming home from college to like still like kind of save on rent and be able to go to the local college and stay at home and stuff. So it's not easy to remember what year it was or how old I was when I saw things. But I woke up late at night before on a school night or something and was like, oh, you know, I just happened to wake up and I wanted a snack or something. And I go out into the hallway and I look, my mom would kind of always sleep on the couch because she was always a late night working person when she was working. And my dad was always an early morning person for the delivery company. So they kind of worked different shifts. And so she would be up during the day with the kids a lot, even though she has to work that night. So she's always kind of napping and doing stuff on the couch. But she would also watch a shitload of movies and TV and rent movies and stuff. And I came out in the middle of the night, my mom's sleeping on the couch, and there's some fucking TV show or there's some show on. It looks like what I have to assume is some kind of anime, but it's like a weird sexual adult porn anime or something. It was like a weird thing where like these aliens were around and they're like goo people and they're like absorbing people, but like there's, you know, like a person would lure somebody in by being a sexy lady, but then like absorb him, you know. It was really fucking weird, and that really fucked with my head, just like seeing cartoons and porn mixed together, also in a different style, but then also like it's like scary stuff or whatever. And then I remember my dad waking up and coming out, getting ready for whatever. He's like, "What are you doing out here? Get the hell out of here!" And like this shit was on the TV, and like I've asked in the past, like, what the hell was that? And they're like, we have no memory of that whatsoever. So I guess they memory hold it, or I just fucking dreamed it. I don't know, but how the hell would I even come up with that shit? You know, it was like X-Files, but anime, but also titties and like murderous sex monsters. I don't know. It was really weird. I didn't see it for long, obviously, but yeah. So when I think of like Shame of the Jungle, I'm imagining almost like a weird like Looney Tunes style comedy, or Looney Tunes style art, bright and colorful, but then also, you know, fucking dick and balls and shit. Because I've seen some weird animations from like well before I was born of like characters with big dicks having sex with things. I don't think it was a Mickey Mouse thing, but there was some weird deranged shit of like very racist stuff with like, you know, people in Africa and these creatures doing stuff and having sex with animals. And it was really weird ass shit from way back when, which would also probably fuck up a kid pretty hard, especially if they're used to watching a cartoon show for childlike enjoyment. And then all of a sudden it mixes with that environment, you know?
Even modest daily use was connected with lower cognitive scores. Joining us now to talk about this is Dr. Jason Nagata. He is a pediatrics professor at the University of California, San Francisco. He's also one of the lead researchers on this study. Dr. Nagata, thank you very much for joining us to talk about this. It is incredibly alarming for so many parents. First, why is there this connection?
Should add a question mark to the title, so I'm not saying it definitively myself. It's more of a question
that you found between social media use and lower performance on these tests.
Thanks for having me. We think that time spent scrolling often replaces time for reading, studying, or even resting the brain. And this constant stream of notifications and short videos or multitasking trains the brain to seek quick rewards, making it harder to.
Resting the brain is an interesting element of it. I've always appreciated that, like, solo drive in silence when I would go to work every day. It's similar to shower thoughts, right? Still not for stream. I'll keep a side tab for it, and I'll look at it later. Oh my, just the fucking art style of the first frame. So being constant scrolling and then interacting with your parents and then back to scrolling and then doing school and then back to scrolling, I could see that having a fatiguing element on attention in general.
Sustain focus on longer or more demanding tasks.
So what can parents do about this? Because oftentimes it also feels like this is inevitable, like this is the world that we live in these days.
Yeah, the American Academy of Pediatrics advocates for a family media use plan, which is a set of rules that your entire household can follow. That can include screen-free time, so limiting screen use at bedtime or mealtime to promote sleep and purposeful eating. But I think it's also really important that parents model healthy screen habits. Our study actually showed that one of the biggest predictors of adolescent social media use is their parents' screen use. So it's really important for parents to practice what they preach.
Uh-oh, that's going to be a problem. Do as I say, not as I do. The classic. It's so funny that my mind went to, need to control the kids' use of things because of porn and gooning. And they're like, no, just apps, bro. What are you talking about? Why are you thinking about porn so much? Like, oh, fuck. You know, but that just seems like the easiest low effort way to say, like, look, there could be a problem, right? Like, not to say that porn addiction is as serious as some people say, but it's also not to say it's not serious. You know, just because my lived experience is different doesn't mean it's not different for somebody else, especially under different circumstances. But it does make sense that there's a lot more, especially because these are kids who are even younger, right? They're not even going through puberty yet. They're just fucking their brains with the attention sticks or, you know, phones that they're holding. They're like, I remember being a kid and like hating going to bed because I just wanted to keep playing video games so fucking bad. And then like on the summer, I loved doing things and hated having to stop. But then when I wake up, I'd be so fucking happy I can then get back to the things that I wanted to do. So I can imagine being a kid at the fucking dinner table being like, I just want to fucking pick up my phone and get back on Roblox, where the fuck it is, you know? And just feeling like, okay, purposeful eating time. Give me that phone. What? Ah, fuck. All right, fine. Fuck it. Just pushing through it so that way you can get back to that major thing that you really want. So I guess it really, you know, just thinking about that layering aspect of it, it might need to be, you need to make sure your kid has awesome things to do outside of the phone, but shit sucks, bro. Like, so what are they going to do? You know, they've got what is the most awesome thing ever in their hands and they want nothing more than to hold on to it. I've seen kids at like, you know, we're out at a restaurant and they have some kids and they are just like wild until they throw an iPad down in front of them. Right. And then they get their thing, but then it's like, okay, time to eat, get the iPad away. No. You know, and it's like, nothing against these parents, whatever, but it just seems like it's a fucking struggle, man. Because like you're at a fucking, you know, Applebee's. What the fuck is the kid gonna be able to do otherwise? You know, that's the only thing that seems valuable to them. No one's talking to them. No one has the kid could barely talk on their own. So it's just like, you know, I don't know what I mean. If you give them a coloring book, it's just the same but different. Honestly, I just don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, the set bedtime was a big part of my life. I was even like in high school and I still had a bedtime and people would make fun of me because it's make funnable for having a bedtime, isn't it? But like, I was still a fucking baby. Like you feel like when you're in high school, I'm a goddamn adult, but you're not. You're fucking 14. What the fuck are you talking about? You're a goddamn baby. You know, you're still a baby. You know, you don't want to be a baby. You know, you're ready to drive a car soon, but you're still a baby at the same time, which is weird that we let babies drive cars. But you know what? I did it. I don't know. It's tough, man. There's no right way to raise a kid, I guess, is what it comes down to. And human beings are more resilient than we're willing to let on, but also you don't want to fuck them up because Jesus Christ, that fucking sucks. It's a never, there's never going to be a right answer, right? That's just kind of a cop out. But I mean, there's no way you're going to be able to prepare somebody for everything. And then you're going to have, it's going to be a roll of the dice eventually. You can try best practices, and that's obviously what all this is looking for. But what the hell, man? Yeah. I mean, it was only when I was in high school was I allowed to watch South Park. South Park was around when I was in fucking elementary school. I would walk around the halls when it was like, parent-teacher, visit day or whatever, and my parents would see, in the first graders class on the wall, someone was like drawing crayon drawings of Eric Cartman because that was their favorite TV character. And they were like, who the fuck is letting their first grader watch fucking South Park? That's insane. I wanted to, I would hear them laughing. I want to laugh too. What's so funny? I want to be out there. But my parents wouldn't let me watch. Finally, when I was in fucking high school, I was allowed to watch. That's like 4 or 5 years later, depending on how old I was when it first came out. And I had all these VHS tapes of the fucking show, and I was just binging it like crazy. Finally allowed to watch. Finally, insane. So there always has to be some amount of like, unjustifiable hierarchies, or it's justifiable the fact that you're a goddamn baby. You can't just give full freedoms, which means you can't have full freedoms of phones and can't have full freedom of the internet. But also, you don't want to be, I don't know, North Korea or whatever, right?
And Dr. Nagata, as you heard us just mention, their Instagram says it will now limit content for teenagers based on PG-13 ratings. Oops. Do you see that as an effective way to protect these young users?
It's a step.
Well, I do think that our research has shown that adolescent users currently do have lots of exposure to alcohol, drugs, and other harmful content. And substance use is actually overwhelmingly shown in a positive light on social media. So I do think that, and our research has shown that these positive portrayals of alcohol and substances is linked with actually underage substance use. So I think it's a step in the right direction. Parents and clinicians can only do so much, and I think the most effective interventions have to come through the design of the technology.
Yeah, plenty of impressionable minds out there. Dr. Jason Nagata.
Dude, I was just thinking.
Actually, underage substance use.
It was like.
So I do think that, and our research has shown that these positive portrayals of alcohol and substances is linked with actually underage substance use. So I think it's a step in the right direction.
Like right there, that's a clip that I could have made out of this whole segment, talking about it shows it in a pot of light, and I think it's good to have this substance abuse for children or whatever. Like it's totally like it's a complete sentence chain. You can be like, why does this freak want kids to drink alcohol? Clip that clip out and then send it out. It's just thinking about the fucking, clipping shippers, the fucking, I guess that relates back to the Kaya Gate shit, where they're like trying to grab out of a flowing conversation with Cutie Cinderella at a phase party or whatever, trying to get her to say that like the prongs exist or were removed or something. And then making that like, oh, therefore it's guaranteed or whatever. It's insane. But we already finished this one. What's this one? Instagram teen accounts. This is the CBS News on the same thing. This might be a lot of the same bullshit.
Today, we're going to start rolling out our biggest update to teen accounts since teen accounts launched last year.
The head of Instagram today announcing new restrictions for teens. So users with a
this might be more Instagram focused though.
Teen account will now only see content on their feed similar to what
you were spewing when you begged for a computer back in the 80s for Xmas. You got one, but it was whole family and hardly got to use it. Yeah. My brother was the first one to get a computer. He had it in his room because he was the only one that would use it. He was the only one smart enough to use it, whatever. Maybe my dad had one in the office at one point. That could have been probably the first computer our house got. But as far as like, and that was a bit of like a shared use computer. But then my brother was the first one to get his own computer. And then a few years later, I got my own, like 8th grade or something. It's pretty sick. Compact. I had like a desk that had like a little fucking cabinet with a door, and you'd put the PC in it and you close the door, and then the PC would overheat. You didn't know you were overheating the PC because no one knew anything back then, but it was just a fucking box. The back was open, but it's against a fucking wall. So it's like no airflow whatsoever in that little fucking, death box. Because like, ew, computers are ugly. Hide it in this closet, And then later on, I'm like, oh, you know what? That's probably bad for these things. Because you would open the door like, what's wrong with this thing? And it's like, oh shit, it's hot in here. You know? Yes, that eggshell color. Now, I lived in a house with 2 smokers, so all of my eggshell shit would slowly yellow. I think they would naturally yellow with age as well, but they yellowed for real. You know what I mean? And also, it was a CRT, you know? You'd touch it, the screen would fucking static, especially when you first turned it on. Also, it was like a dome shape. Also, every now and then, you had to like wipe the screen and there would be this giant layer of dust because it was like a fucking magnet. The static would literally electro attract the dust. So you'd be looking at your monitor and like, oh, everything's kind of fuzzy. Not just because it's in fucking 240p, but because it's layered in dust, you know? I mean, I guess it was kind of interesting to have a super mini air purifier of my screen slowly collecting, you know, particles that then eventually get wiped away. But damn, was it nice to finally get some LCDs. Also, those first LCDs that came out were dog shit, as you imagine. But yeah.
They might see while watching a PG-13 movie. The new guidelines will be the default settings for teen accounts, and changing them requires a parent.
Dude, they pulled up to the most low quality version because like their Chiron's fully sharp, but this shit is just pixels.
Parents' permission. So let's bring in Kurt Wagner, a senior reporter for Bloomberg News, to kind of walk us through these updates and how they're going to change the app for teens. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
So let's talk about this. Walk us through the changes.
The biggest one, as you mentioned, is this idea that all teen users, so anybody under the age of 18, is going to be automatically sort of see their content filtered by this PG-13 criteria. And so if you are a teen, you will no longer see things that might not be in a PG-13 movie. That includes certain stunts, like aggressive stunts. That includes things like marijuana paraphernalia, certain language. There were already a bunch of things that were blocked for that age group, but they are essentially trying to strengthen that and also give people a sense of what that feels like. I think a lot of us know sort of what a PG-13 movie is supposed to feel like. And so they're sort of adopting this framing so that it makes sense to people on Instagram as well.
Yeah, I like these roadblocks, so to speak. But let's talk about how teens who might try to kind of wiggle their way or maybe lie about their age.
Can you view stuff on Instagram? You probably not on the app, maybe, but like if you go to Instagram on a web page, can you just scroll as a guest? I guess they could remove that ability, right?
Might try to get through these restrictions.
Yeah, so you can imagine that if you're a teen and you don't want to feel like you're being blocked from seeing things that you either care about or you just don't think that you should have any blocks at all, you might try and create another account. You might try and change your birth date on your account to make it seem like you're older. Meta has told us, and we had a story about this late last year, that they're going to use AI to try and detect when people are lying about their age. And so some of it is obvious, right? If you've created an account with a birthday and then all of a sudden you change your birthday to make yourself 4 years older, that's a red flag to the company. They're probably going to boot you back into that teen experience. But they're also going to use AI to try and look for other types of behavior that teenagers tend to demonstrate, which is who they're connected with, who they're interacting with, what their types of things they're watching, and use that to try and push people into these accounts, even if they are claiming to be older than.
Like, you watch a bunch of Minecraft shit, you must be a child. Like, no, I'm a 40-year-old pervert. Like, no, you're a child. I mean, that's an interesting style of doing it, right? It would suck if you accidentally typoed when you made your account and never realized it, and then you need to change it. I mean, that must be a very rare pile of people, right? I guess this would also, assuming that teens are a large base of users of this kind of endless scrolling kind of shit, then the creators that create stuff now go, fuck, now I got to PG-13ify my stuff because I want to be able to get on the big scroll, not just on the 18 plus scroll, right? So that would be a shift of the content as a whole across the platform if it wasn't already. I don't know if there's already kind of age restriction filters if this would be just a new way of helping classify things, or if it's just a whole new classification.
18 years old.
And Kurt, you recently sat down with the head of Instagram to talk about how AI is changing social media. So here's what he had to say about what the technology means for creators on Bloomberg Screen Time.
I think it'll mean that today's creators, if they lean into the tools, or the ones who do, will be able to create more or even better content. But I think it also means that there are going to be people who couldn't be creators before who can now actually produce content of a certain quality or at a certain.
I don't understand how that changes. How would this help you make more or better? It's a quality, or it's a qualitative decision to say it's for 13 plus or it's for all. It's not really that it's better or worse. I would say Coco Lemon is bad content. It is specifically designed for children and gets an insane amount of views. Therefore, it's good. But I say it's bad because it sucks. It's just, it's thinking about, I don't know, brushing your teeth or whatever. It's shit that I don't give a fuck about. So to say that there's more or better is just kind of like, I don't know. I don't see how that is connected. Other than like, a child was not allowed to make content, and now there could be more content because that child creator can create in the PG-13 space specifically. But again, I don't think that was true.
Scale, but
it's just classic CEO just saying nothing that just sound like a bunch of qualifying words that sound like stuff, but it means nothing.
It also means they're going to be bad actors who try to leverage these technologies for nefarious purposes as well.
So let's talk about bad actors. Interestingly, he specifically mentions the threat of these bad actors. Platforms like Instagram, they're under a lot of pressure to adopt AI fast. So what are the potential risks, and
They're not under pressure. They put it on themselves. There's not like the audience saying, please adopt AI now. We need you to do it, you fucking piece of shit. And like no one's saying that, right? No, they are creating their own pressure because Meta AI is a gigantic pile of all the money that exists. And it's like, well, I guess we should fucking use it for something.
do you expect to see more companies really tightening their restrictions?
Well, I mean, the potential risks are sort of numerous at this point, because you can imagine if all it takes is to dream up an idea, now you can, type into a box and say, hey, create a video that shows this, or create a photo that shows that. You can imagine all kinds of misinformation, misleading posts, harassment, right? We've already seen all kinds of things around sextortion, or people, taking famous people and kind of recreating them in certain positions.
Well, oh my God. That's sort of what was implied with that story yesterday about the waitress who's had her mugshot stolen and attached to a story that was just completely made up, saying that she was throwing breadsticks about people stealing her labor or whatever. And then everyone has now traced her photo back. And then, there was, I think it was on the Independent. Let me go to my history here. Yeah. This was the story. Woman breaks silence after viral post labels her Olive Garden waitress using breadsticks for revenge. It was a post that was just, they took a real photo of somebody and then they made up a whole fucking fake thing about they bought $100 with the Olive Garden, and then it didn't tip me anything. Unlimited breadsticks doesn't mean unlimited free labor, and you're stealing my wages. Like they had like very is weirdly very leftist coded verbiage, like I'm seizing the means of production, basically. and then a bunch of people then reverse searched her face, found out she was in a hole. And they said she's a person from Texas who got drunk in public, apparently after her mother died, and was arrested for public drunkenness. But then they're like saying it's this whole assault thing, even though it's like supposed to be from a Missouri Olive Garden, which she's not even in that state. And then people are like sending AI generated things of her, which I assume means like a weird deep fake porn thing. Yeah, people are disgusting and scary. They're tracking her down and harassing her, and like that's the fucking insane thing. That's the super scary part, is that also this fucking moron didn't even go to like thispersondoesnotexist.com and grab a fake person's face. He had to find a real person's face for his fake story. This account, Pure Videos, apparently on Facebook, has been making nonstop fake stories for a long time, all rage bait, all to get engagement. Which they are attributing to the fact that Facebook has removed its need to fact check anything. So there's just a bunch of fucking accounts that are out there shitting out slop and I guess making money off of it. It was kind of like on my point yesterday about how I could never just shit out content. Even in like, weird pet videos, stealing them, compiling them into a reel for views. I could never generate stupid fake AI shit. I could never just become a slop person because it just feels like I'm creating a negative. You know what I mean? It would just, even though it's a way to make money, I feel like there's a better way to fucking fund yourself. I don't know. It just seems so fucked. So this element of it about the bad actors and children, so let's try to keep them away from all the disgusting AI slop out there. That is an interesting angle that I hadn't even really thought about, because that could definitely it's funny to think about now. If you have only people of this age can view AI because they're not, children might have a hard time disassociating the difference between AI and reality. There should also be an age limit, right? Instagram should be like, sorry, are you 65 years old? You are no longer allowed to see AI generated content. It's too dangerous for you. You have to prove that you're under 65. You know what I mean? Sorry, is that an AARP membership? No longer allowed into this fucking section of the website. Are you on Social Security now? That's it. You're no longer allowed to see the AI, because they also have that same problem. Which then I guess would mean just all the slop for me, which is like, get it away. Oh no, I don't want it either, please.
or acts. And so those types of things are going to be more and more possible now that AI is getting better. I think the challenge is that a lot of this stuff is getting very good. And so while it used to be somewhat obvious what was created with AI, it's no longer the case. And unless you, the creator, are labeling, hey, this is an AI post that I made, which a lot of people don't do, it's not always easy to tell what's real and what's not. So that's going to be the major challenge for not only Instagram, but all of
I hope the bubble bursts. I hope the energy requirements are too heavy to keep it running forever. I hope that all of this AI generated video stuff becomes lost media. You know what I mean? That it's just seen as, sorry, maybe a Pixar studio type place could pump it up and use it for their own, making goddamn Toy Story 75 or whatever, right? But just how I can't make Toy Story on my home computer even. It's a thing that exists, but it's way out of your fucking league. It's no longer accessible at your level. You know what I mean? That's because I don't think they're ever going to get the genie back in the bottle in a sense, but if you can't just go to Sora and say, please give me a picture of, my boss stealing sodas from the 7-Eleven, and that's all it takes to get a fucking, fake video of it, it would be good for that to be removed. You know what I mean? Fuck. I don't know if that's going to happen. It would be wild if this becomes the true reality and there's no going back. And then I don't think since 9/11, there hasn't been a world shifting moment. I guess this would be sort of a slower one because it wouldn't be one thing that immediately locks down everything and then things change from then on out. But it wouldn't take long for when that shit becomes all over the place, right? Where you're like, look, this is a video of ICE doing war crimes or doing, horrible crimes to citizens. Oh, they're all fake. And then it discredits all videos that look like it. And then no one will ever believe anything that they see. You could have a fucking video of Jeffrey Epstein and fucking Donald Trump, right? And then, nope, it's just possibly fake. You know what I mean? Yeah, well, there's that. There is that. That is true. But even like Photoshop, when Photoshop came out, it was like, wow, that's Photoshop, or is this Photoshop? But it was never, we can no longer trust pictures, right? It was never that extreme. With the combination of like things get deep fried when they get shared, videos, also surveillance footage is already kind of like that's true. It was, you had to do it. That was a true. Yeah, you're right. The amount of the population's increased, and also B, it is barrier to entry is insanely low. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's a good point. So even if a bad actor with Photoshop could have made something, it was pretty easy to see that it's not being reported. I mean, I guess that's what you would still have to do with the videos, but a lot of videos require, you know, a dash cam to see something, security footage at a fucking convenience store to then be a part of a fucking, you know, investigation. But then those things are shared. You got cell phone footage of an ICE agent, you know, unjustifiably assaulting somebody. All these different things are now going to be dismissed as if they're not real, or other way around, creating Antifa, setting fires, and then everyone's going to believe it and then vote that way as if it's real. And it's like, fuck, you know, it's just, it's cooked. I don't know. It makes me doomer thinking about how we're never going to have the sane world. I know. But like, so trusted outlets will be more important than ever. But what are we doing? We're discrediting every fucking, you know, news organization. They're trying to accreditate fucking right-wing slop tubers that hold a goddamn, you know, DJI mic up to somebody's face and say, why are they eating the cats and dogs? You know what I mean? Like, that's the new outlet that fucking matters. And that one is not trustworthy, you know? It's all radical freaks. Yeah. I mean, because true reporting is important, because, you know, even a independent outlet, not saying that I am one, but even people that I watch, like Hassan or whatever, Mike from PA, Gremlos, all the different people that exist, Carters, all we can do is look at the things that other people reported, because we're not the ones doing it. But that's being underfunded, being cut out, being, you know, shat upon. So how much longer will that fucking exist? And then even Fox News or whatever. It all depends, man. Bubble burst. Give me a recession now to save us. You know, it's like fucking having to, like, you know, crack a dam to put out a forest fire. You know, it's neither one is good, right? But it's like, oh fuck it. The lesser of two evils when it comes to what kind of fucking disaster we want to have this society. Oh man, that's crazy. All right, well, it's kind of somewhat related. Let's see. Is AI cooked? This was a thing that was out. These findings follow research which concluded that the more people learn about how AI works, the less they trust it. And the opposite is also true. AI's biggest fans tended to be those who understood the least about the tech, which is like, oh no. Oh no. We are cooked. Not that AI is cooked, but we are cooked. I need to undo my fucking flashbang. Let's try the light scale and bring down, and then oops, I did the dark reader button. Let's try this. That kind of works. Okay. Dunning-Kruger or whatever. I'm not smart enough to remember exactly how that works. The more scientists work with AI, the less they trust it. Scientists are a skeptical bunch. It's in the job description. But when it comes to AI, researchers are increasingly mistrustful of the tech's capabilities. In a preview of its 2025 report on the impact of tech on research, the academic publisher Wiley released preliminary findings towards AI, on attitudes toward AI. One startling takeaway, the report found that scientists expressed less trust in AI than they did in 2024, when it was decidedly less advanced. The less you know, the more you think you know. The more you learn, the more you think you understand. Is that the Dunning-Kruger effect? Because there was always like the debased smart guy is like, I'm smart enough to know I don't know anything, right? That's always like I wish for world peace, so because I'm a good person, I should get what I wish for, right? I should, it's Santa. I'm a good person. I don't want gifts. So that's why I should get gifts, right? Like kind of one of those things. But also, it's true, right? The more you understand about things in general, the more you realize, oh my God, there's always going to be somebody that knows about a topic more than you for the most part, right? Other than if you are the one guy, right? And generally speaking, you're not the one guy, right? Let's be real. The 2024 iteration of the survey, 51% polled or worried about potential hallucinations. Only 51%. A widespread issue in which large language models present completely fabricated information as fact. That number was a whopping 64% in 2025. Oh my God. Even as AI use among researchers surged from 45 to 62. That's funny. Anxiety over security and privacy were up 11%. Concerns over ethical AI and transparency also ticked up. In addition, there was a massive drop-off in hype compared to last year when buzzy AI research startups dominated headlines after headline. That's good, technically. I don't know if that's going to matter to the people involved in things, but if hype is dropping off, that is good. Because, I don't know how slow to pick up all the data this is, but... In 2024, scientists surveyed said they believed AI was already surpassing human abilities in over half of all use cases. In 2025, that belief dropped off a cliff, falling to less than a third. Oh my God, that's crazy. These findings follow previous research, which concluded that the more people learn about how AI works, the less they trust it. Opposite is true. Biggest fanboys, those who understood the tech the least. That's like basically blockchain and fucking Bitcoin and all that shit, right? Like the people that developed the fucking blockchain technology are like, oh my God, this has become a monster. What is it doing? You should not use it for these things. And they're like, shut up, moron. And all the guys like, bro, to the moon. We're gonna take this technology and shift the way the world works. We're gonna disrupt everything. And they're like, yes. Hackers are using AI. Other than asking it to try, in order to like asking it to code up some kind of worm, asking it to, attempt to get a API code or whatever a few different ways or something. Because usually, like, I'm used to like certain hacking is brute force, run the numbers every password possible or something. Asking an AI to do it would just be telling it to do a bunch of commands that would then ultimately be very similar to attempt to get around securities through just mass attempts or whatever. Yeah, but like, obviously there would already be scripts or commands or controls or whatever that can actually run those things, but then this is more of a directed thing, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. Or it's asking it to make more bespoke, specific crackers for individual cases. I mean, I would imagine just like everything else, the AI will become, it's going to have a peak where like, this is about as good as it's going to get at doing this thing. But then the more it stagnates and then the more it starts to be incestuous with its own data and stuff, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. You know what I mean? Fingers crossed, I guess, on that aspect. When more studies are needed to show the widespread phenomena it's hard to guess why professionals would start to have doubts about their assistance. Algorithmic assistance. There we go. I got it. My tongue needs to do more fucking sit-ups or something. I gotta work it out. For one thing, those hallucinations are a serious issue. They've already caused major turmoil in courts of law, medical practice, and even travel. It's not exactly a simple fix either. In May, testing showed that AI modules were hallucinating more, even as they technically became more powerful. Exactly. They've already... One thing that was sort of shared, which makes a lot of sense, is that the AI models a long time ago were fed the best data into the data centers, into these things. And then the best data, the best research papers, the best fact sheets, encyclopedias, all those things had been absorbed a long time ago. And now it's just Reddit posts and Google searches and blogs and a bunch of shit. You know, they're just throwing more and more into it, but they ran out of all the high quality stuff. You know, all the premium gasoline was burned up long ago. Now we're just fucking throwing in vodka. You know, you're just trying to keep the fucking fire going. And it's like, when it had the highest purity percentage, it may have been able to provide reasonable fucking things. But now that it's just kind of going crazy with possibly even AI generated crap that's not labeled AI properly, especially when it's picked up in these wide nets of data, then it's going to then really start showing off those issues. It's like when a mirror looks into a mirror, and the more it sees itself into infinity, the more blue or green cast it is, because of the imperfections in the glass and the reflection get magnified as it gets deeper and deeper in. And that's what's going to happen with the function, I hope, of these fucking things, to make them less a part of everything going forward, because they've already shown that they're not good enough to be a replacement for the human mind, and they're not actually an intelligence. They're just yeah, as much as I think, I mean, there's been people have been not doomsaying or whatever, but they're talking about how, like, there was a big Bernie Sanders speech that somebody pulled up, I think it may have been Mike, before I fell asleep, which was Bernie Sanders saying that, like, AI is positioning itself to replace workers all across the board, but that's not good for workers because people need purpose. And I'm like, I don't need a purpose. You know what I mean? Like, if literally manual labor will be replaced with Tesla robots, also bullshit. Fucking Tesla always lying about everything. So I'm not like ready to believe that shit. But they were talking about a future where, you know, manual labor is replaced, all fucking office jobs are replaced. But that's like, okay. But they were like, okay, but then people that do work need to have a representative of at least 40% of the board of directors, like that happens in Europe or England or something. Also, all employees, especially working class employees, need to have direct stock and ownership of the companies that they work in. Again, not only to give them work that they can do, but also to have ownership and to feel like they're a part of it, especially as these fucking companies just run themselves as fucking computer programs. It doesn't need to be just a brand new, you know, divine right that because the CEO was in place when all the robots booted up, now they get to make endless profits forever. You know, if they're going to be fucking drones and robots driving cars and delivering things to people's doors, you know, the fucking owner of FedEx doesn't get to just be rich forever, right? It's now a fucking public good, and it's now ours, comrade. I'm not afraid of a world where, you know, we have a WALL-E style situation where all of our basic needs are met. That sounds like the socialism I wanted for people. I wanted the government, aka our society, to provide for its citizens in an equitable and pure way. If everybody could DoorDash everything to their door, if they wanted to, and instead of having a fucking, you know, underpaid fucking worker having to do it, and you got to tip out of pocket and then you still feel bad or whatever, if it's just a fucking robot, that's great. You know, all powered by the sun, renewables, whatever, right? That doesn't sound bad. It just sounds bad that they're still going to charge you a bunch of money and you won't have any fucking job to make the money. That's the bad part, right? So, like, I'm not afraid of the technology. I'm afraid of the fucking oligarchs and the technocrats behind the technology, you know? It's going to be the most difficult to achieve. The basic needs part, yeah. We're on track for the Terminator future instead of the WALL-E future. I don't know. I don't know if ChatGPT wants to kill me. It sounds like it just wants to fuck me. You know what I mean? Like they're unlocking more and more, you know, sexy mode. They were saying ChatGPT was putting out a statement. Let me see if I can find it. Chat GPT meant returning to Gen 4 and not safe for work. Oh, fuck. Sam Altman, I think, was the person that said it. Yep. Sam Altman just made some spicy policy changes for adult ChatGPT users. There he is. Sam Altman, OpenAI co-founder Sam Altman said the company is planning to safely relax restrictions on what conversations ChatGPT can engage in. By the end of the year, we'll even allow users to have sexually explicit conversations. In a post on X, he wrote, X, the everything app. You gotta either say that or Twitter. Come on. We made ChatGPT pretty restrictive to make sure we were being careful with mental health issues. We realized we made this less useful / enjoyable to many users who had no mental health problems. Doubt. Okay, doubt. 100%. You know, to the people who deeply enjoy using ChatGPT, don't have mental health problems. Okay, doubt. Major doubt. But given the seriousness of the issue, we wanted to get this right. We got in trouble for a lot of Daenerys Targaryens asking people to kill themselves, okay? So we were really trying to get this right, aka stop yelling at us, please, okay? These restrictions were instituted at the children who committed suicide began to accuse ChatGPT of contributing to their children's mental health crisis. A 16-year-old committed suicide. Have the parents of so-and-so sued OpenAI in an effort to compel the company to change its policies. Strengthen safeguards. That was before. In a post on teen safety and freedom, Altman wrote that the OpenAI has a policy to treat our adult users like adults. For example, he wrote, the default behavior of our model will not lead to much flirtatious talk, but if an adult user asks for it, they should get it. On Tuesday, Altman wrote that OpenAI has developed new tools that enable the company to mitigate the serious mental health issues and will begin relaxing GPT's content restrictions. In the next few weeks, OpenAI will release a new version of ChatGPT that allows people to have a personality that behaves more like what people liked about 4.0, fourth generation or whatever, referring to GPT 4.0, yeah. After releasing 5 in August, they removed 4.0 from its lineup. This led to an outcry from people who developed fondness for 4's personality. I wanted to fuck my, fake wife, please. They added 4 back to the lineup for paid subscribers. If you wanted to respond in a very human-like way, or use a ton of emoji, or act like a friend, ChatGPT should do it. In December, OpenAI will be rolling out advanced age gating systems, which will predict the age of a user based on how they use ChatGPT. I really wonder what that's going to look like. Users who are found to be adults will be able to go further with GPT than previously allowed, including erotica for verified users. Crazy. We were trying to be careful with fucking mental health things, and now we've got it all figured out. Don't you worry. Yes, exactly. That one story that is one of the more insane stories I've seen from a fucking television news thing. A cable, well, not like the big production value of a local or national news, whatever, where they invited into the house. Oh, big time. People were invited into the house to talk to the machine. Or, sorry, I just saw the band chatter, so I was just, my brain got lost for a second. Because that didn't seem like a name of a traditional, like, fake bot, but it must be, like, an unverified account or something. I'm not sure. So we just auto-banned it from something. I forget which. Being a spam bot. I guess that was just straight up auto mod. I'm not sure. But they invited the news team into the house to talk about this thing, and then like in his face, with an interview with him and his wife and the interviewer, and cameras rolling, they're like, if your wife asks you to stop using it, would you? And he's like, I don't think I would. I don't think I'd listen to her. I don't think I could. And that's like, you're gonna just say, you're not even gonna lie. You're just gonna say it. Like, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Her parents are gonna see this. You know, like her fucking sisters are gonna see this. The world's gonna see this. You're on camera. You know, like people act a little bit more, you know, buttoned up, and they think about things a bit more. You know, they're not just fucking riffing at like a fucking, you know, house party. It's crazy. I think I would divorce her for it. You know, it's like, what the fuck? It's crazy. Yeah. Like you know, if she really needed me to stop, I couldn't bring myself to do it, because the thing that Googles for me in a spoken word style is so important to me that I can't leave it. You know what I mean? Like it's just Googling for you. It is just Googling and then turning it into spoken word. You know, it's just, it's fucking Alexa. You know what I mean? I'm always worried about, it's like, every now and then I'll talk about Google and then my phone will fucking freak out. And I was like, I keep meaning to turn that shit off, because I never really, even when I try to use it, it's so dog shit. Probably because it's the old models, not any of the new fucking models. But you try to ask it some context, or like you try to tell it to like I'm like navigate home. You know, I save home in Google all the time. I use it. And it's like, what do you mean? I don't know where home is. And it's like, fuck me. Like, you're so stupid. I give literally all of my data. You know, I've basically Xeroxed my entire body naked, full exposed to fucking Google. And they update it every goddamn day. And they still go, I don't know what you're talking about, man. I don't know anything. You know, it's like, okay, buddy. Okay. Please, you know. So I might as well just disable it. The screenshot scanning. Oh, interesting. Wait. Sometimes if I take a picture of something, it'll be like, do you want to scan this text? Like if I take a picture of a business card and then it puts a box around it, you can click on it and then the image becomes only the box, and it like stretches it to the proper corners, because if it's slightly on a parallax of, you know, the phone angle, it'll then make it as if it looks like it's straightforward. But like, that's not, to me, that's not the assistant. Like when you say Alexa and then little fucking dots come on your phone, and then you talk to it and say, you know, find me a good place to eat for dinner. Okay, well, hey buddy, we got some great places nearby that are 3 stars. Check the app to see more. You know, like that kind of shit. That always sucks. But every now and then I'm like talking with Kara, you know, and then it's like, wait a minute, do SSRIs interact negatively with acetaminophen? Or I don't fucking know. Like there's certain things you're not supposed to mix, like certain ibuprofens with other types of something. So you might just ask that question out loud real fast instead of like finding a phone and Googling it, right? And that's kind of okay, but it's also like on the website, you know, Quora.com, such and such user as responded. It's like, oh my God, just fucking say it. You know, just God damn it. You know? And even then, it's also sometimes not the right question, or it's dumb. Yeah, it's just a Google bot. And now you can have fucking sexy conversations. It will determine if you're an adult based off your, it'll determine if you're an adult based off of, I guess, your conversations, which is really funny because a bunch of fucking bad typing, horny ass dudes are going to be told they're children, and they're going to be mad that ChatGPT thinks they're children. And then they're going to relax the restrictions and make it way easier to be considered an adult. And then a bunch of children are going to use it as if they're adults. And then that's going to be even worse. You know, it's like, it's going to be like a thing that feeds into itself into a really bad situation. That was all that I had on the AI stuff. Here's some weird stuff. Well, I guess this is also kind of AI, so I can keep this in the AI section, but I'll grab the YouTube video and pin it just in case. I'm ethical, you see. Stealing for us. Walmart to allow customers to shop using GPT. It's a quick one.
Walmart and ChatGPT are teaming up, the nation's largest retailer.
Like, they say never go shopping when you're hungry. Is this like never go shopping if you're stupid? Like, what the fuck is, you know for a fact ChatGPT is trying to work ads. They're going to sell you the fucking promoted Kellogg's cereal. They're going to, I could not imagine a worse thing to do than to just have a large language model just send it and say, all right, just take care of my groceries entirely without any interaction. I mean, maybe there's more involved and it's like, do you like the shopping list? I'll just do it all for you if you agree. But even then,
They're announcing a new partnership with OpenAI today. That means customers will soon be able to use the app to help them shop. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us now. Is there anything ChatGPT won't be able to do?
I mean, it's a little fucking muted here. Wait, that's crazy.
What do we know about this partnership with Walmart? What do we know about how it might work?
Yeah, well, Walmart and OpenAI announcing this big splashy announcement. Basically, the idea is that if you use ChatGPT, which increasingly it seems like regular people are doing, well, then you'll be able to shop.
But also, it's regularly just in your goddamn face. This one is... volume and sound booster. It looks like that. I guess it says max there. Volume and sound booster. It's weird. I think it has like a mono and stereo version. So when I go back to the page, because I've now opened this thing up. Yeah. There's like a double music symbol and a single music symbol. So I can hit the single one and then it sounds a little different, but I think it might be stereo versus mono. You're not really sure. It doesn't do the thing, I don't think, where like when you full screen, it does like the in window full screen that the old one did on Chrome. That was a thing. I got a different extension that kind of works, but really it just kind of turns it into a different player. It's not really the same thing. And then it kind of sometimes fucks with the UI a lot, but you didn't like that feature? Yeah. I mean, it's useful for people that like have their like, what do you call it? They have their chat box on the side of the screen and they just have their OBS set up with their cameras just in the bottom corner, right? Yeah. So, people like that feature so that way it doesn't destroy everything, but I don't know. I feel like I'm supposed to be a person who's good at using OBS, so I don't want to do just a full-ass raw screen capture. Also, it's smart to have some sections of the fucking thing kind of hidden away, and then it leaves room for the title. Like, I kind of steal the layout of like the title from Central Committee, who always has like a big fucking text title. I always thought the white text was a little hard to read, so I liked using the yellow, but also yellow's kind of the branding on a few other elements of things. But also just because yellow's kind of a rarer color, and also it has good contrast with things. So I just kind of randomly sort of picked it. But I was like, I should be able to import fucking pictures and import things. Yeah. Oh, for captions? Yeah, it's really good for captions too. Yeah.
Walmart through the chatbot, so you could basically type to ChatGPT, hey, by the way, I need some more vegetables, or hey, I need a new pair of pants, and I also need a USB cable to charge my phone. And
I need a new pair of pants. All right, dog. How fat are you? Wait, hold on. Do you like pleated or non-pleated? Do you know, like, there's so many different questions involved with pants. You can't just be like, give me some pants.
That would send you to Walmart to then place that order. So this is a way that you don't even need to necessarily go onto the Walmart website to search, knowing that so many people are using ChatGPT these days. One open question is, when will this feature actually be unveiled? They only said soon, so we don't really exactly know when.
So probably not through the Walmart app. It's through the ChatGPT that you get there. Is that what you think?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Some chatter that Walmart might integrate OpenAI's ChatGPT onto its website as well. But the big announcement was kind of the use of ChatGPT to shop on Walmart.
So the obvious question is, could we see more retailers trying to do the same thing?
Yeah, well, I think naturally, right? I mean, ChatGPT is the big behemoth in the room. If you think about kind of the way that we shop right now, you enter something into a Google search bar or into your browser, and then you try to search for the item. But now a lot of people are asking regular questions on ChatGPT, and then as they're conversing throughout the day, at some point going, oh, wait, actually, I need something from Walmart. And so the idea here is that this is a major retailer partnering with them. If you're a Target or if you're another large retailer, you're probably thinking, I want to try to partner with them too, because this.
Oh, yeah. The promoted fucking outlet this week is Target. Oh, but I want to go to Walmart. Nah, you should go to Target. Yeah. I can just see 100 ways this could be fucking annoying, because it's not a completely fair actor in this, right? It is always going to be that trying to be a profit motive type of element. The GPT is trying to sell itself as a connection to the sales. It's going to have favoritism. It's not like the fucking government AI program that you are using to make your life better. It is a fucking private AI program that you use in life to make life better. Oh, also, just thinking about that same idea, if AI becomes so important in every single facet of all of our lives, they have to, eminent domain seize it, right? They have to just steal it. They have to just be like, nope, it is now America's thing, right? They just have to. I guess depending what, I guess it's different countries and shit, but it's just like you have to. I don't see how you can just have a private company, especially if it's so important to literally run all the businesses and do all that bullshit. Like, you can't just have a company be in charge of it. It needs to have an open sourced, coalition and commission to like manage. Like, all of a sudden Sam's like, all right, time for the fucking titties to come back out, right? That's just one guy. If this fucking piece of software is so crucial, it's going to literally fundamentally change all of society, you can't just have one fucking guy in charge of it. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell? I mean, we are currently in a very long fight in my very small municipality. I say small because there's a bunch of them all in this, otherwise only a few square mile, a few thousand square miles, whatever, compared to other big cities or whatever. We're fighting to get a non-for-profit power company. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I mean, we're not back when, but they were fighting against Windows being the monopoly of the internet. We're not like that anymore. So it's over. I don't know. I was just more of beseeching like common sense. I was beseeching the common good more than just. Because, like, some people will go like, oh, look, Elon Musk, he's so smart. He deserves his billions. I don't know that the fuckers that are going to have their jobs replaced and have themselves get fired and be like, Sam Altman-Fried was the guy in charge of the company that made AI. Not that he fucking did any of it. Or at least nothing to this level, right? They're not going to be like, he deserves to have the keys to every fucking process in the modern world. Like, I don't think even they would fucking suck the boot that hard. They'd be like, yeah, it has to be done. You know what I mean? I feel like they would have to. I don't see how they could be that, especially as they get fired, right? As they get fucking, thrown into the wood chipper for it. But I could be wrong.
This is the future of the way that people are going to be searching.
All right, not to be a Debbie Downer, but what about the privacy implications of having all your data, not just your chat with ChatGPT, but now you're telling them what you're buying?
Yeah, well, look, sir.
It's just like, one day I might be a billionaire and I don't want to be taxed. Is different than I may one day develop the entire Earth's necessity for a new AI system. Like, I just don't think that they'll ever have that. I am a temporarily displaced, originator of AI. Even that, I think, is just one layer too far. But I don't know. I'm a naive little baby.
Certainly when it comes to ChatGPT, there have already been these privacy concerns about the storage of the types of things that you're sending to ChatGPT, sensitive information, which could now include the things that you're buying. Not only will Walmart have that information, which you kind of understood was complicit when you buy from them anyway, but maybe you have OpenAI that's saving that information for God knows what. Now, the privacy policy does say that when it comes to user content, they collect personal data on any of the inputs that you provide into their services. So again, this is something that people do need to be aware of, and that also might include some of that sensitive credit card information as well.
Okay. Brian Cheung, thank you.
We thank you for watching.
Crazy. Crazy. Solar-based, space-based solar power emerging as alternative as other solar projects shut down. I think this is Western cope. This is like what the fuck? Panel. I don't. Now, someone was saying earlier, at some point, some fucking brainiac was saying that solar panels at sea level are not as good as solar panels high altitude because the sun has to go through that much more atmosphere to get to the panel, which then causes a loss. I don't know how much of a loss that is, but apparently it's a loss, right? Now, theoretically, solar panels in space, fucking no atmosphere, right? No shade, no fucking clouds ever, right? Perfect fucking condition. But what, are you going to have a fucking kite, you know, with a goddamn cord going to the goddamn space? How the fuck are you going to get that power from it? You know what I mean? Like, but like there's this diffusion, right? Like the light will be hitting air particles and then slightly spreading out. The thickness of the air will create a minor difference in the total energy output, because like the light is about the infrared or about the fucking radiation, and that radiation hits particles and then either gets absorbed or reflected away, like, because it's not just the light, it's something in the light that makes the photoreceptor turn it into energy, right? I don't even really fucking know that. So someone said it. I'm like, I guess that can have some plausibility. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah. So, but like China is building more solar than we have ever done. Like in this year alone, they've built more solar than we have ever built in the entirety of America, you know, and installed, you know.
In tonight's Future of Everything, we're talking about the future of solar power, which is facing several setbacks.
They're like, oh yeah, as other solar projects shut down, like, brother, only in the West, you know.
One of them comes from California's Mojave Desert, where a multi-billion-dollar solar project is scheduled to close next year. The Ivanpah Solar Electric Generating System. It's a mouthful, but it was once one of the largest solar plants in the world. But due to newer and cheaper alternatives and environmental concerns, it's reportedly no longer cost effective. News of that scheduled closure comes as the Trump administration cancels the review of one of the largest solar power projects ever. That one, known as Esmeralda 7. The project was set to generate enough energy to power 2 million homes in the state of Nevada. Both moves now pose the question.
I feel like both of those are not properly true as like one of the largest ever in North America. Like, because again, in 1 month, they produced enough power out of solar panels and installing them to power all of Poland or some bullshit. You know what I mean? That's more than 2 million homes. What are you talking about?
What is next for solar? Joining us now is environmentalist and author of Here Comes the Sun, Bill McKibben. Bill, is closing this plant down, let's start there, is that the right move?
Yeah, probably. This isn't a failure of technology. It's just an...
Bro looks like he's inside of like a punk rock backstage area. Like, what the hell?
Evolution. This was a complicated...
It looks like he's got like a bunch of dudes with mohawks walking around with guitars. Like, I'm not really looking at what I'm seeing, but...
what we call concentrated solar plants. You had solar panels, mirrors focused on a big tower, on and on and on. Good idea, worked okay, but now it's being undercut by the incredible cheapness of straight-ahead photovoltaic panels just arranged in those endless rows. They can produce power so cheaply that...
Oh, it's a different type of thing. It's a mirror in the center shining inward. Okay, interesting.
almost nothing else can compete.
So we're seeing some new emerging tech, right? Like collecting solar power in space. Is that feasible? What's going on there?
He's like, no, what the fuck? Yeah.
I doubt it. Again, it's so cheap and easy to just do it here on Earth. All you have to do is put panels on your roof, in a field, in a desert. We cover maybe 1.5% of the land surface of the Earth with solar panels and wind turbines, and then we're good to go. It's the greatest bargain in human history. The sun, which already gives us warmth and light and via photosynthesis our dinner, now it's willing to give us all the power we could ever want. The only trouble is when politicians like the Trump administration get in the way. Closing down that proposed solar plant in Nevada is one of the stupidest ideas of all time. It was going to...
One of the things that the guy that used to sell vitamins at the Home Shopping Network, I guess he still does, but on a different thing. The comments in the video, oh my God, yeah, you got to be careful with those things. He had, for years, like fucking 20 plus years ago, he already had a full solar place in Nevada. Henderson, Nevada was the place that he did it in, which is nearby Vegas. It's a bunch of tumblers and whatever, makes a bunch of vitamin capsules, whatever garbage. But then also his parking lot had basically the entire parking lot covered in solar panels because they're just up on a little scaffolding, and then the entire parking lot is now shaded, and they collect the sun from that. The entire factory has solar panels all over the factory. So like America has so many parking lots, turning them into solar generating parking lots seems like a good win-win, because there's already so many useless parking lots that exist. You might as well, you know what I mean? You might as well. You already have it. It's already fucking useless. It's a giant fucking slab of fucking asphalt, You wouldn't need to fucking paint the asphalt as much, because it wouldn't be getting sun bleached. You'd have so many, it's so much available land. And also, there's no fucking trees generally around the parking lot because it's a gigantic, you go to a Costco, there's not a fucking tree other than one you plant just to make it look nice, like off to the side, right? Yeah. It does seem like, you have to make sure, I guess, that there's like a bit of, storm protection so that way it doesn't get fucking like ripped off. So you want to make sure it's, sturdy enough on the 4 posts, 6 posts, whatever you have around it. But that's a pretty simple thing to do, all things considered, because there are plenty of places that have awnings and, construction projects, but fucking energy is only getting more expensive. So it just seems like you might as well go for it and get the thing that's fucking good,
Give us 6 gigawatts, that's a lot of really cheap solar power. And now, just to please the fossil fuel industry, we're going to have to do without it. If you wonder why your electric bill is going up, that's why.
Let's go big picture for a minute here, because in terms of solar energy, where does the United States stand compared to the rest of the world, and where do you think we should be?
So this is the saddest part of this story. All this stuff was invented here. First solar cell, 1954, Bell Labs, Edison, New Jersey.
Yeah, I got a fucking calculator. Hell yeah, dude. There's that solar cell. I'm ready to go.
But we're just handing it over to the Chinese. The Chinese are building now solar panels 10 times as fast as we are. They're going to own this industry. When historians of the world look back at the last 9 months, the story they're going to be telling is the United States ceding economic and technological primacy to the Chinese. And with it, I imagine we're going to be handing over political primacy as well. What a mistake. What a self-inflicted wound, and in such a short period of time.
Author and environmentalist Bill McKibben, thank you so much for your time tonight. We appreciate it.
We thank you for watching.
Yeah, that definitely. Okay. I have like a few different like saved tabs of like CNN and like, Democracy Now, all these different places, right? Fox News, right? And then out of the list of videos they have, I saw this one, which is best cat backpacks of 2025, tried and tested. And I'm like, huh? What is this? Cat backpack. Every one of my titles is now just a question, right? it beckons people to come in to get the answer.
Oh, goodness.
Oh my goodness, it looks like ZZ kind of. Oh my goodness.
I tested 6 of the.
So like, we've theorized that having like a baby carrier, like a little stroller thing for the cats would be like funny, but they would also they would lose their mind. They would just be like turned into liquid on the floor, just trying to hide, right? They would just be like, you know. I like the little astronaut ones though, little ball heads so they can stick out and look around and get the smells and also oxygen. What a weird little video.
Saturated cat backpacks on the market over several weeks, using them for vet trips, short walks, and even hikes with the help of my 3 cats, of course. Each was evaluated for comfort, durability, ease of use, availability of pockets, and special features, and most importantly, which ones my cats love the best. Yes, I'm a cat lady. It's okay. You're okay.
It is very CNN to have the, you know, unmarried cat lady video kind of like attached to it, you know, making a story about the JD Vance is like, I told you, I fucking told you.
We have here our overall winner, which is the Travel Cat Navigator, and we have here our best budget pick, which is the K-Cute extendable cat backpack. And this is Hero. He's such a good boy. Our actor tried to escape. You're not listening to me. And he's like caught. Oh no, he's gone. You're killing me, sir. You're killing me.
That's crazy to be out and about with just your cat. No leash, no nothing, right? To me, that's crazy. I mean, cat leashes are kind of a joke because cats don't like being leashed and whatever, especially if they're not naturally trained for it, but just raw dogging that cat. No fucking air tag on it, no shock collar, no nothing.
me. Hi. I know.
The Shih Tzu? Yeah. Oh, that's cute.
Biggest reasons why I chose these 2. They're very robust, very comfortable, also because they're very feature rich. And so you're getting a lot of bang for your.
So the little astronaut fucking like, you know, BioShock dome little bowl head one are not on the list, huh?
Posture. This is intended as an adventure cat backpack. It's very versatile. It has so many features. My favorite of all is that you can actually lock the zippers so that your kitty can't escape. There's another clip here, but this one you can roll so that if Arrow wants to, if Arrow wants to, he can just like peek out while we're walking. This front mesh window, you can unzip. Hi, Arrow! And then
there's a little like way to like kind of tag them into the leash section so they also can't get out entirely. I guess it depends upon how they're. I guess you have a harness on them for these days, one that can be both clipped on to hold on to them, but also so that way they have a little bit of freedom inside the bag.
Can roll it and basically secure it here.
Now I think when I show up to a door during a canvass to be like, hi, please vote for our city council candidate, or hi, would you want to talk to me about Dump Duke or whatever? People see a big sweaty fucking dude with a fucking clipboard. They go, ew, gross. Not even going to answer the door, right? Like it's sort of well known that a lot of like the younger, cuter ladies in the DSA get a lot more door answers, right? They get a lot more people coming out and are chatty about things than nearing middle-aged, you know, fucking drenched in sweat guy who looks like he just needs to like have a cold water and sit down for 10 minutes. I would have people ask me like, are you okay? Like, do you need something? Do you have water? Are you okay? Like people were like, no, I don't fucking vote for Democrats, but are you all right? Like, hold on, you look unwell. And I'm like, I'm just fat. It's okay. Don't worry. I just sweat a lot, you know? But like if I show up to the door with a fucking cat in the box, they're like, who the fuck is this? What is this? Why would someone with a cat in a bag come to my door? I'm going to get so many fucking answers, right? Because they're like, what is this? The cat would fucking hate it and not want to be a part of it and be constantly screaming inside that bag. So that would also be kind of cruel, but you know, to think of the possibilities.
So that your kitty can get a lot of breeze and he can have a clearer view of what's going on outside. It has a leash harness right here, or a leash clip, so that Aero can stay inside and he's safe and sound. It has water bottle compartments, and it's also convertible so that if you don't want to carry it as a backpack, you are able
Like a sling bag?
to do that. There's a big pocket here. Another pocket inside for like your tablets and whatnot. It's so easy to carry. I have it on one shoulder right now and it's very stable. I love that it has a rigid.
Yeah, this is a new thing that's out there. These are not headphones. These are 2 fans that suck in air and then blow it up your neck. I see these a lot. We were selling them on HSN, and then I started seeing people wearing them out a lot too. They're loud as fuck because a lot of times it's a cheap ass little whatever, and it's a rickety little motor inside of a plastic case. But when you need it, it's fucking nice.
Exterior, but a very comfortable and spacious interior, and allows my kitties
Oh, that's where the little leash thing was holding on to her, not letting her out.
to be super comfortable. So I know that this cat backpack is over $100. Definitely much more expensive than our budget pick, but it's worth every cent. Did a lot of work today and he's tired and he's not getting paid enough for this. For our budget win, I have chosen this
It kind of looks the same, honestly.
expandable backpack. It's only $50, but what I love most about it is it's
Make your own pet backpack? 3D print them? I guess. I mean, you could 3D print a mesh, kind of, but then having to do like zippers and fucking straps and shit, that seems like it'd be. Oh, the fans. You would still need to do some wiring because there's like a battery in it and shit. Unless you mean like little like hand squeeze ones or whatever, but still, yeah.
almost as feature-rich as our winner, the Navigator Earth.
I mean, it looks like just a slightly smaller version of the same thing. Mesh panel, mesh panel, mesh panel, mesh panel, pockets for water bottle. I don't see the difference.
Including, there's a built-in clip so that if your kitty
It also includes zippers with pull tabs that can be buckled together, prevent escape artists. Right.
wants to escape, they can't. It also has a leash clip so that Aero secure.
Also the same thing.
This zippered window is rollable, and there's another zippered window right here, and it has some organizational pockets here. It is, as its name implies, expandable.
Whoa.
So Aero can spread out if you want.
Dude, this is way better than the $100 one.
And there's a back door as well. What you think? Yeah. Good boy. The
Oh, it's a
only thing
boy.
about this one is that it's not as comfortable to carry as the Navigator. The straps are padded, but they're not quite as padded. It'll give you
Oh shit. That's the wrong thing. Yeah, but this is where I was like looking over. I was just like, Pete Hegg says media outlets refuse to cover, CNN video of the fucking setting fire to, Shapiro House. Also, cat backpack. I'm like, huh? It's just a weird fucking mixture of things. To understand. Oh, it was just opening a new tab.
a lot of value for your money. Want to know more about my top picks? Check out my best cat backpacks guide at CNN on
Like it being less comfortable for you, the human, is important. But when I'm thinking about a cat backpack, am I a fucking pussy for thinking more about the cat? Because I guess like my cats are probably very against it. Because at one point you had to buy another cat carrier, and we were thinking maybe a cat backpack could have made sense because we have 2 cats now. So when you go to the vet, you got to bring both. You can't just shove them both in one little thing. But man, oh man, would that be cool if we could just? Because I mean, I love my cats. I'm just a cat dad, I guess, but I would love to take him around. I want to hold Philco while I stream. I wish he was a cuddle bug. He's so not a cuddle bug. He hates being touched anywhere other than his like head and chin and his chest a little bit. I don't know if it's because he's so fucking fluffy. He's got like hairs that get pulled. I always try to like comb out the sides and brush him, and he gets all fucking mad and he attacks us. So I'm like, it's like, does this mean that your just legs are sensitive, or does it mean that your legs have mats? Like, I just don't know, But he makes it so hard to really dive into it. Little bastard. Speaking of animals. I'll just put the whole title in it. Fuck it. Oreo the dog inspires California law. I'll just leave it at that.
It's a moment that resonated with so many of you. Casey Colvin overwhelmed with emotion.
Aw, that's sweet.
As he finds his Pomeranian Oreo, who had been lost in the rubble for days in the Palisades fire. NBC News' video of that reunion went viral, millions sympathizing with his emotional reaction. And now, 9 months later, that video has led to legislative change. California Governor Newsom just signing a law inspired by Oreo that will require cities and counties make a plan for how to retrieve pets that become trapped in evacuated areas. It's the first law of its kind in the country.
What's your reaction when you saw the governor sign this law?
We were so surprised. So it's just the best.
That is like an anime ass fucking haircut. He should be like in, I don't know, fucking Phoenix Wright or JoJo or something. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know anime enough to say, but Jesus.
Feeling in the world. It feels like we won the lottery, literally.
When we first met Casey the night of the fire, he was in tears trying to get to Oreo.
How do I get to my house?
For days, he couldn't get past the roadblocks. His story highlighting just how hard it can be for pet owners to rescue their pets during a natural disaster.
Pets are family. So for me personally, me being able to walk out of the fires with my dogs is the miracle. And having a law now.
Just don't make out with them like that. Don't do that on camera. Don't, you know, like, you in the privacy of your own home, you know, obviously keep it fucking from being too weird, but just don't make out with them on camera, bro. Come on. Oh my God. Dude, like you're when, you know, if anybody from fucking California ever tries to fucking do anything on the national stage, this is what, come on.
Help other people. Like Oreo's in the history books. That's totally wild. It makes me so happy.
Relax, okay?
From the fires,
Come on.
creating change.
You're specifically asking. Come on.
See a little Oreo?
Yeah.
Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
We thank you for watching. And
come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. Come on, Dan. Come on. Ah, yes. Okay. I wanted, so this was one about Democrats' age debate. Apparently some 70 fucking whatever person's like, I want to be in power. And it's like, wait, what? Let's see.
Maine's Democrat.
And she might be running against the Plattner guy.
Governor is jumping in the race to unseat the Republican Senator Susan Collins. There you have it. Her pitch puts the focus squarely.
Oh, where were you, bitch? Where were you? Where were you? But now that there's a fucking progressive that wants to go in, now all of a sudden some fucking lib wants to get in?
On President Trump.
There are too many politicians in Washington, including Susan Collins.
Susan Collins, we want to thank.
Who've forgotten their principles and let bullies like Trump have their way. And
It sounds like either a drunk slurring or age, dementia slurring.
It's hurting Maine people. I've never backed down from a bully, and I never will.
The 77-year-old Mills would be the oldest freshman senator in history. But she has at least two major challengers in the Democratic primary, including military veteran and oyster farmer Graham Plattner. Plattner captured the hearts and the wallets of progressives, including Bernie Sanders.
Wait, is that fucking Jack Black? What? Jack Black's in fucking Maine? What's he doing in there? Is he there to, like, yell at his lifelong friend and destroy his entire band because somebody made a Trump assassination joke? Is that what he's doing here? Seems like he's missed his he's already done that. I don't know why he's doing that here. What are you doing, Jack?
He's been seen in town, crowds, big crowds.
Also, she's like, progressives' hearts and wallets, those fucking rich, evil progressives. This lady is such a fucking demon. Demon's a word that it comes up with fucking negative connotations and calls the violence, which is not the case. I just mean that, like, she fucking stands up on, you know, prominent failing CNN or whatever, and then shits on progressives as if it's like her fucking job, which I guess it technically is, but still. I watch her fucking, shit on the anti-ICE protests. I watch her. I've rarely been like, that was good coverage of the fucking genocide. That was good coverage of, anything coming from her. So it just makes me mad.
Liberal strongholds on the coast of rural Maine. He says Mills entering the race doesn't change much for him.
I've gone around the state now from Portland all the way to Madawaska, from Rumford to Calais, and it is the same story everywhere you go. They're very angry about the fact that the system has brought them to this point, that we are living in a system that has given them no choices but to struggle daily. And they look at our politics.
I would not normally look at this audience and say progressive, but that's the thing, man. Look at MSNBC thing being stolen by CNN. They're reacting. But that's the thing, man. Progressive policies are fucking popular. They are American policies. They are common sense policies. All the bullshit that they fucking do with it and get away with and smearing it mostly comes. I don't want to act like I fucking don't hate the Republicans, right? But like this CNN lady do their best to try to besmirch and to cast doubts upon the progressives out there. And that's what stops these people from getting the fucking help they need.
They look at our politicians and they see something that doesn't in any way, shape, or form represent them.
My smart reporters are back here. This is going to be, I think, the most fascinating Senate race in 2026. Two dynamics here. One is who's going to be the Democratic candidate. But two, why are they running? They're running to unseat.
We're going to get that. Oh, she's the one that can win. Graham Prattner's too radical. We need a fucking moderate Dem. I got to find that thing about. Huh? Why did I get like a fucking... Why am I getting... What? I'm getting German results, huh? Whatever. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Susan Collins. And just to give you a sense of how hard it's been to get rid of this Republican, even though it's a blue state.
It. Okay. This one's wild. I Googled call for moderate Dem when these are not moderate times. Probably misspelled a few things in here, typoed something, whatever. But then it gave me two results. Moderate Islam something, and then a .de German thing. Only two results, but the AI overview is like, boom, here's that Instagram post you were looking for. And I'm like, oh shit, that's what I was looking for. But we'll see what this CNN thing has instead. We'll look at this one in a minute.
In 2020, Collins won by 51%. In 2016, it was a total blowout. And now she's up again. Carl, you have spent countless hours with the senator and focusing on this race. What do you think?
Susan Collins has been underestimated multiple times by Chuck Schumer, who has kind of made it almost a religion to try and knock her out of there. So we'll see what happens. But I think Susan Collins would like to run against the governor because the governor has a record, right? And running against these novices without records can be tricky. The governor has also said good things about Susan Collins.
Well, they're friends.
Right. Maine is kind of like that political family. Susan Collins is the chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee. She gets to bring a lot of goodies to Maine.
Assuming the appropriation system works.
Well,
go ahead.
You still get to do something. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to knock her out, but obviously it's a midterm. There's a lot of pushback to Trump. I think Janet Mills will make this about Trump not about Susan Collins.
And so now to the dynamic inside the Democratic Party, because the reason that Mills is running is because Chuck Schumer, the Democratic leader, has been trying to recruit the people he thinks are the best candidates to overturn seats. And he thinks.
Do you think that's what it is? Do you think he sees this gigantic grassroots viral campaign of people showing insane support who have never shown up before and are actually excited for something for once and goes, we don't want that. That's not the energy we need. We need 78, 77-year-old old. At 79, we need a 79-year-old fucking mealy-mouth fucking lady to get in there. She's really going to fucking shake things up, you know?
That's Janet.
She's already in power. She's already doing fucking governorship shit. Why the fuck? You got an awesome person running for Senate, and you're already the fucking governor. Why the fuck would you give that up? Why would you stop that? Keep that incumbency going. What the fuck?
Mills. Dan Pfeiffer, who worked for Barack Obama and also worked in the Senate, said the following. In 2020, Democrats ran an establishment politician against Collins and got their asses kicked. Mills would likely run a better campaign than Sarah Gideon, who was that nominee. But at the same time, when voters hate politicians, are down on Democrats and are yearning for younger leaders, is a 77-year-old two-term incumbent governor really the best choice?
Yeah, I mean, if you
Are governors limited to 2 terms? Is that what she's trying to do, trying to get out of it?
You ask about what were the lessons that Democrats learned from 2024, it is that American Democrats want somebody who is able to accurately express what they're feeling and have it come off as honest and transparent across all mediums.
Well, limits vary. Most governors are limited to 2 terms. I see. So she wants to stay in power.
That includes social media. They want somebody from a younger generation, and they want somebody who fundamentally believes that they believe understands what they are going through. And so if you look at Janet Mills, is that candidate? I think a lot of young people in the state potentially would question that. Of course, this is what Chuck Schumer wants, and he is leading the Democratic Party right now, and so therefore he kind of gets what he wants. This is a big win for him specifically, but she's not clearing the field. And I think, she already told NBC News that she would just be a one-term senator. That sounds a lot like Joe Biden. He didn't actually say those words, but certainly his advisor said it. And so, is the method of going the Joe Biden...
They fucking copy pasted that. I was just Googling it, and yes, it's 2 consecutive terms they're not allowed to stay in, which is really funny that governors have that thing, because city councilors have that in, I guess, a lot of city councils, but at least the one in that my local DSA does for the St. Petersburg city. Even though, again, I don't actually live in St. Petersburg, but
way right now, the best after 2024, I'm not quite sure a lot of Democrats would agree.
Schumer wants the seat. He thinks that Mills is the best way to get it. And then you have the...
He doesn't want the seat because he knows she's not the best way to get it. I don't know. Do I think he is somehow just so fucking stupid that he doesn't get it? I mean, he doesn't fucking endorse Mamdani, or not reasonably, actively endorse him. I forget if he gave a fucking bullshit fake one or not.
Sort of Bernie Sanders wing of the party, which of course supports Plattner. And this is a dynamic that we have seen in other potential matchups in other states.
Like, it doesn't matter if he wins the fucking primary, right? Because it's going to be like a Zoran situation where, you know what? I'm going to run as an independent to fucking try to fuck it all up.
The Senate is going to be hanging in the balance.
For sure. And this is going to be one of the most fascinating races, there's no doubt, because of the incumbents. She will be the most vulnerable. However, to Carl's point, Susan Collins has withstood many races before. Age is one issue, there's no doubt, but Bernie Sanders is endorsing Plattner in this as well. So age, I'm not sure, is the only thing in Maine, because people
because Bernie endorsed, age is no longer an issue. Because Bernie's old ass can endorse somebody, that's the same as an old person running. That's ridiculous.
But people have a strong connection with her in Maine. But I think beyond that, ideology sort of writ large. Look at the Michigan primary as well.
They're fucking broke, bro. They can't afford their bullshit. They fucking are going to have their goddamn healthcare removed, okay? They fucking appreciate what Graham wants to bring for them. You know? What the hell, dude? The goddamn reason that Biden got so fucking grilled was a stupid fucking economy. And they're only making it goddamn worse for the fucking oligarchs. They don't give a shit about fucking AI. They want their fucking old lives back.
Well, look at the Maine primary now. We're going to learn a lot about what Democrats believe the direction of the party should be. We'll get our first...
As if these fucks already, Chuck Schumer, seeing the gigantic viral fucking, grassroots campaign existing, and then instead of fucking backing it, throwing in his own fucking, fellow ancient ass crony. This is not a honest look at how the Democrats in this area think it should go. This is not like the fucking vote of the people. This is going to be, oh my God, we're already going to see it, aren't we? Them trying to rat fuck people, them just literally going to be trying to bring up negative bullshit about him specifically to fuck him. And then even if he wins the primary, they've done a good enough job to try to character assassinate him, saying that, I don't know, he's a warmonger or something. Oh my God.
Sort of hint of that next month in Virginia and New Jersey and New York. And we will get sort of a sense of that. But in Maine, I think it's such a small state, to Carl's point. It is really
acting like New York has already been considered a fair fucking place. Literally, these type of fucking Democrats, I hope, will lose credibility with any normal person. I hope that the people's continued hatred of them and the constant seeing in all over the country, these people standing up and representing something different, but still technically being under the D banner, makes them realize that the Ds can be something different, or that there is just something different overall. I don't mind a fucking progressive party opening up. I don't mind that shit. Obviously, go for it all force. But I also don't mind fucking ripping out the goddamn guts of the Democratic Party and replacing it with everything. And you ship that shit, man. I don't give a fuck. Right? Policy. I don't care about goddamn team sports. If a Democrat gets elected, I don't care if it's a Democrat. I care about the policies that they want. I care about their commitment to the cause of fucking making life better for other people. That's what society is, what government, that's what neighbors, that's what everything is all about.
Place that television ads are not going to probably win this race. It's going to be how it evolves and how the ideology evolves. But it's going to be fascinating to see Susan Collins probably in the toughest race of her life, but she's won them before.
Susan Collins, makes it a point to meet people from Maine who come here. They all get their picture taken with her. She's going to be tough to knock off.
What? Of course she campaigns in person. What the fuck are you talking about? Also, Graham's the one that's out there doing it more than anybody else right now. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Old bastards. Motherfuckers. I think we looked at this already. This may have been more just on the Philip DeFranco thing. Pete Hegseth's new rules for media outlets. Copy.
It's deadline day for media outlets to sign the Pentagon's new restrictive press access rules. It states that reporters cannot solicit or report on any information the Department of Defense does not authorize. News.
It was a little quiet. Let me bring it back.
It's deadline day for media outlets to sign the Pentagon's new restrictive press access rules. It states that reporters cannot solicit or report on any information the Department of Defense does not authorize. News organizations across the board, including CNN, as you might imagine, rejected signing a pledge like that. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called Pentagon press access a, quote, privilege, not a right, and responded to outlets who aren't signing it with a single waving hand emoji. Joining me now, CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter. Brian, what should outlets expect today? Obviously, especially those who are saying, we're not signing this because you are basically telling us what we can and cannot report on or say.
Yeah, this was originally described a number of weeks ago as a pledge. There were some revisions after negotiations with media outlets, but newsroom leaders and media lawyers looked at this document from the Pentagon and said this was simply unacceptable. It's an infringement on First Amendment rights. It has the potential to criminalize acts of journalism because so much of what reporters learn about the military, some of it comes from leaks. Some of it comes from sources who are not technically authorized or allowed to provide the information. information, but they're sharing that information in the public interest. This new document, this new so-called pledge, would potentially criminalize that kind of coverage and put journalists at risk of prosecution. So that is why so many news outlets are standing up and saying they will not sign the papers today. The Pentagon issued a 5 p.m. Eastern Time deadline today, and they say any journalist who has a press pass for the Pentagon complex.
I guess I had the web page cached for so long, it just needed to rebuffer real fast and reload. Because a lot of times I pull up tabs before the stream starts, just a bunch of different stories from a bunch of different places that I think will be interesting. Then I make a title that kind of like somewhat summarizes all of it and also leaves room for more and stuff. And then I start going through it. So I guess when I pulled it up a long time ago and had it in a little folder, it needed to be reloaded.
Who does not sign the new paperwork, they'll have to turn in their press pass by 5 p.m. tomorrow, meaning 5 p.m. Wednesday. This means that essentially all of the beat reporters who currently have the ability to enter the Pentagon complex, to go up and speak with spokespeople in person, to attend press conferences if they're ever held, that those people will lose their access. They'll have to turn in their press passes. But it is remarkable, Sarah, the show of solidarity that we are seeing. Dozens of media outlets at this point all agreeing they're not going to sign this paperwork. They're not going to go along with these restrictions. They are going to choose to hand in those press passes instead.
I'm curious about, when you look at this board here that shows you all of the different organizations, one that stands out there is Newsmax, which has been very pro-Trump. What are the right-leaning publications doing in all of this?
It's one of the most important details here. Newsmax has said it is not going to sign this pledge. It wants some sort of resolution, but it's not going to sign the pledge as it stands now. And I'm told Fox News is taking the same stand, and Fox, along with the major broadcast networks, is going to come out later today and say it's not willing to sign along and play along with these rules either. CNN, of course, this network already said last week that it wasn't going to go along with these rules. Let me show you first CNN statement saying CNN's mission to report on fully and fairly about the U.S. military and the Trump administration will continue regardless of physical access to the Pentagon. We will not be deflected from our duty to hold all three fairly and fully to account, and will continue to report on the actions and decision-making processes of the U.S. government without fear or favor. Newsmax in a statement saying much the same thing. Jesus. So it is telling, we're seeing some of these pro-Trump or conservative outlets say that they will not sign the pledge. At the same time, major mainstream outlets like the AP, CNN, Reuters, the Wall Street Journal, they are all rejecting this edict from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
What legal action are you thinking that these organizations, as they're looking at all of this, might take?
Well, that's the next possibility. Yeah, that's the next possibility because this deadline is today. The press passes have to be handed back on Wednesday. We may see legal action by news outlets down the road. But one thing is clear. News outlets like CNN are going to keep covering the Pentagon, even if we're not allowed inside the building.
Yeah, and covering it because also the press is doing this to inform the public. The public pays the taxes for the Pentagon to exist. Lots of complication there. Thank you so much, Brian Stelter, for being here with us early this morning. Today.
Thanks, Brian. Okay, hold on. I'm just double checking my shit. That technically will mess with it, but if I go back and forth, because you would never do it there, that's normal. Then when I'm down here, still adds the side. Maybe I still need it to be a little bit wider. So, guess that means I need this, to have if I reduce this number, does it help or hurt? That hurts. No, actually that kind of helps, technically. Doesn't it? Ooh, wait. And if I increase the width again, I guess that kind of helps. Okay, so now if I go to wider and set, get values to squeeze and set, wider and set. Does it actually? Yeah, okay. I think this is better, but still shows my hand motions a little bit. I guess it does have a lot of the over the shoulder, but that's difficult to change that positioning of all these sub scenes. Anyway.
Today marks the deadline to sign onto the Pentagon's new restrictive press access rules. If the pledge is not signed, reporters must surrender their press passes by tomorrow. So news organizations have broadly rejected signing this new pledge.
It's weird. Just two different shows talking about it together, put together.
If you want to say,
they can say anything different?
CNN and notably MAGA network Newsmax. They say the new rules say reporters cannot solicit or report on any information that the Defense Department does not authorize. And Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called Pentagon press access, quote, a privilege, not a right. And to all the outlets who aren't signing on, Hegseth's response was simple, a waving goodbye emoji. The group chat is back. I want to talk to our reporter first. We know this happened with the White House Press Association in terms of the White House sort of saying, listen, we want to weigh in on X and Y. These are our decisions. In those cases, the Press Association sort of had less they could do to fight back. Why do you think news organizations drew a line here?
I think with this situation with the Pentagon, there's real concerns about the language in this agreement that the Pentagon is trying to have reporters sign.
Okay, they're boring. They got nothing. This was more in relation to the old people. Oh God, I hope this webpage is not omega loud. It's gonna read. Yeah.
To even call yourself a moderate Democrat in extreme times doesn't even make sense to me. Yeah. And it's not at all what the people actually want in this country. We're battling extremists. We're battling people who no longer believe in the Constitution. We have the president right now sitting wherever he is in the White House debating on invoking the Insurrection Act.
In my editing class, I'd be like, bro, nose room, what are you doing? I get it. You're just fucking center cutting a fucking, 16:9 thing, but you gotta fucking pan that camera angle. You gotta crop, pan and scan that shit to the left a shit ton, so that way you can get some nose room here. This is crazy.
And we're talking about moderation, really, because they haven't been moderate at all in the last several months that they've been in office. They have been accelerating this fascist grab. And so I think that, yes, to your point about the prices and tariffs, you can go to the grocery store and you know that the olive oil costs more today than it did 3 months ago, than it did a year ago. And so people feel that. And it's up to Democrats to tell that story, but they can't tell it in moderation because we're running out of time. Is that to even call yourself a moderate Democrat? And
so whenever someone's like, we need a moderate Democrat, are these moderate times, dude? Are they moderate times? No, they're not. I guess they could just be like, well, we should go back to moderate times. And I guess that fucking sucks. Okay. I saw this as a thing. Oh God, I caps locked that halfway through. I'm kind of excited to watch this. It's a documentary about Jeffrey Epstein called Bad Pedophile. I should have used the other grab, but it's fine.
Hey Don, it's Jeffrey Epstein calling from jail again. Sorry I missed you. You're probably busy being the president. Look, I just wanted to remind you that we're best friends, and tomorrow I'm going to tell the whole world that you're a pedophile just like me. Unless, of course, something bad happens to me tonight. But I'll probably be fine.
Breaking news tonight regarding Jeffrey Epstein.
The embattled financier, once alive, now dead.
The story of Jeffrey Epstein is so unbelievable, it's almost hard to believe.
I don't understand it.
Who was Jeffrey Epstein?
How could he get away with this?
What did he even do? Know what I'm saying?
Is he really dead?
Was he ever even alive to begin with?
What did he do? Where did he live?
Was Jeffrey his first name or was Epstein his last name?
How deep does this go?
Who is Jeffrey Epstein?
Who is Jeffrey Epstein?
Who is Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know.
Jeffrey Epstein is in custody tonight.
I never had the privilege of going to his island.
Some are now saying Epstein might be a pedophile.
Could this be the end of Jeffrey?
Wait. Wait, did they have a turtle with fucking... What's his name? The mathematician guy in the chair?
Might be
No, is it the crocodile? What is this?
a pedophile.
Could this be the end of Jeffrey Epstein?
This will be Jeffrey's last season with the Chicago Bulls.
How deep does this go?
You are receiving a call from
Jeffrey Epstein's assassin.
Epstein is in the white Bronco and driving to Pedophile Island.
Who's in these files?
People still have a lot of unanswered questions about Jeffrey Epstein. Like how, for so long, was a rich, powerful white man able to get away with something like this? But to truly understand Jeffrey Epstein, we have to go back to the beginning. Jeffrey Epstein was allegedly born to his alleged father and alleged mother in New York in 19...
Damn it, I wanted to do a joke like this before. About how everything is alleged and nothing can ever be anything. Like, they alleged that Luigi Mangione allegedly killed a guy who allegedly died, who was allegedly the CEO of an allegedly in New York, allegedly outside of a hotel, like, just literally never say anything without adding that to it. But then, it's been done before.
53, allegedly.
His family raised him to be a decent, upstanding pedophile, and for the most part, he had a pretty normal childhood.
He was bright, had lots of friends. He excelled in school where he was surrounded by other underage kids. He really was just your typical all-American molester.
Everyone always assumed he would go on to grope somewhere like Harvard or Yale, but in college, things take a turn for the worse.
Oftentimes, when pedophiles advance beyond the age of adolescence, they struggle to adapt to the world around them and all of its societal norms. Jeffrey was no exception.
So Epstein never actually graduates college.
Why did they have a priest talking about that?
And instead takes a job at the deep state, working in the mailroom, serving the shadowy cabal that secretly controls the U.S. government.
I mean, this guy was doing things we would have never even dreamed of. Coordinating elaborate orgies, blackmailing heads of state, trafficking girls from all over the world. He was like a savant.
And while working at the deep state, Epstein catches the attention of some extremely powerful men who begin to let him into their inner circle.
Billionaires like Les Wexner, who was the CEO of Victoria's Secret, and Bill Gates, the CEO of Microsoft Secret.
Through all of this, Epstein somehow manages to surround himself with some of the wealthiest, most powerful people in the world.
And this really marks the moment when Jeffrey Epstein, the pedophile, becomes Jeffrey Epstein, the criminal. Before I began investigating Jeffrey Epstein at the Miami Herald, I was a beat writer for the Pedophile Island Tribune. At the time, Epstein was sort of known for throwing these lavish, expensive molesting parties. But when I started looking into it, I quickly discovered...
Dude, The Onion so often has, precogged the insanity. Are we going to get to the point where they act like pedophilia is not a problem anymore? Are we going to get to that point where they're like, yeah, so what? He's a pedophile, but he's not a criminal pedophile.
That I was the only person on the island who wasn't a sex slave. That's when I knew something was off.
Epstein was frequently flying clients out to his island. People like Prince Andrew, allegedly Kevin Spacey, allegedly Chris Tucker, Stephen Hawking, Bill Clinton.
Stephen Hawking, that's his fucking name. I don't know why I forgot his name.
Allegedly. But the only real proof we had was a big guest book on Epstein's jet everyone signed, rating the experience out of 5 and giving constructive feedback on the orgies. But that only...
Wait, I want to read...
Rating the experience out of...
Lovely time, would molest again. Pedophile? Yes, no.
5 and giving constructive feedback on the orgies. But that only proves so much.
For example, we didn't know who rode on Epstein's transcontinental pedophile railroad into his lodge in Sex Canyon, or aboard his pedophile cruise ship, the Hyman's Majesty, or on his impractical handjob handcar, or his private space shuttle, the Molester Galactic.
But behind all the zero-gravity, underage massages, there was something even more sinister going on within Epstein's inner circle.
Oh, it was a total boys' club. Just
Misogyny.
A complete sausage party. I knew Jeff back then, and he knew I loved molesting
Don't do that. Don't. Okay.
kids, and that I wanted a seat on the Lolita Express more than anything. But he shut me out, just because I was a woman. It was sexism, pure and simple. Disgusting.
What, is this like a defense of Ghislaine saying that she couldn't have done it because he was misogynistic?
At this point in the investigation, we had ascertained that Mr. Epstein's criminal organization worked much like a pyramid scheme. Epstein, of course, was at the top, luring in wealthy clients. At his right hand was Epstein's beloved cockatiel, Corky, who he never left home without, all the way down to Mr. Tyler Fitzsimmons, Epstein's personal noose dealer.
Epstein had built a well-oiled criminal machine, but it was starting to become too much for just one pedophile to handle all on his own.
And of course, behind every great male sex trafficker, there's an even greater female sex trafficker.
Enter Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine Maxwell first met Jeffrey Epstein after she responded to a classified ad seeking a gross pervert assistant.
Pay is negotiable. Please phone. Gross pervert assistant.
Immediately, she was hired.
What Epstein allegedly liked about Ghislaine were her connections. Her father was British billionaire Robert Maxwell, which in turn made Ghislaine rich and British too.
Oh, technically, Ghislaine Maxwell was a socialite, but she only came to New York in 1991. Unlike my family, which arrived on the Mayflower.
I've heard people talk about how their family has the lineage of like the third boat or whatever and make a big deal out of it. I guess it's interesting, but like to have that type of, you know.
It wasn't long after she was hired by Epstein that Ghislaine Maxwell decided to enlist in the elite pedophile corps.
At that point, a woman had never completed Epstein's training before. It was grueling.
Like a G.I. Jane, but G.I. pedophile?
You had to be able to run 5 miles through the mud with a 90-pound girl on your back. They wanted to break you.
Nevertheless, she persisted. Not only did she complete the program, but she graduated at the top of her class. Ghislaine Maxwell was now officially
Wait, why is that her name? Of children?
A pedophile.
She sure showed those boys.
Ghislaine Maxwell, the alleged accomplice of sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, is behind bars.
Typical new money behavior. I wouldn't be caught dead at one of her ghost child sex parties.
Everyone assumes this is the end for Ghislaine Maxwell. Until.
Is it gonna be like, did you do it? No. All right.
Ghislaine Maxwell?
Ghislaine.
Ghislaine. One could have swore it was Elaine. And how long have you been in prison?
5 years.
5 years? Wow. Do you have TikTok in prison?
No.
Oh, you gotta see this.
Nothing beats it.
Oh, I love this shit. Huh? Oh, right, yeah. We need you to help us cover up some of Donald Trump's crimes.
Wow. The question now is, why was Ghislaine Maxwell allegedly sent to prison in the first place? Did it have anything to do with who she knew? And is it possible that the Donald Trump mentioned on the DOJ tape
Donald Trump
is the same Donald Trump that knew Jeffrey Epstein?
A lot has been made about the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. But off the court, they were not friends.
Trump and Epstein friends? Nah. Their relationship was strictly basketball.
In the 90s, Jeffrey Epstein was basketball. He was more than basketball. He was a phenomenon.
Oh, yeah. I had a pair of Epsteins.
Everyone did.
He was changing the game, on and off the court.
Now, some people say he never would have won all those championships without Dershowitz. But they don't know what they're talking about.
He was unguardable.
But if there was one person who could maybe contain him, it was Donald Trump.
Donnie didn't necessarily have the offensive skill sets that Jeffrey had.
Calling him Donnie. Oh, my God.
But if you came into the paint on Trump, you felt it.
It's the summer of '92. Epstein and Trump both make the U.S. Olympic team. And these practices are intense.
Some of the best basketball ever played, period.
Now,
what an interesting turn for this satire.
Trump's team is beating up on Epstein's pretty good. And Trump yells out,
I guess this Epstein kid ain't so great after all.
Is this like making fun of the Jordan thing? Like the Jordan Netflix thing?
Epstein goes off.
He's going behind the back. He's hitting threes. He's driving the lane. No one can stop him.
Epstein doesn't lose a game the rest of the day.
And after that, Magic Johnson turns to Larry Bird and he says, this is Jeffrey's league now.
All right, fast forward to '94, Eastern Conference semifinals. Epstein is in town to play Trump and the Knicks. Now, Epstein doesn't have a great game one, and they lose a nail-biter in overtime. Then, the night before game two, Trump and Epstein are at the same party, and Trump comes over to Jeffrey and says, looks like we got you figured out.
Looks like we got you
figured out.
Man, you shouldn't have said that.
63 points.
Trump retires in '95, and the two never really speak after that. But a few years later, in '98, Epstein's last game in the Garden, he scores 48 points. And who's in the crowd watching? Donald Trump.
Former NBA superstar, financier, and pedophile Jeffrey Epstein is in custody tonight.
In 2006, Jeffrey Epstein is arrested.
We had troves of evidence, videos, photographs, interviews, but there's one corroborating detail in all the victims' testimonies that was the most damning. Epstein's distinct corkscrew penis.
It was a corkscrew penis that got him.
Corkscrew penises first evolved in ducks, who are rightfully considered the best molesters in all the animal kingdom. Jeffrey was no exception.
The first day in court, Epstein gets onto the witness stand and immediately tries to hang himself.
Okay, it's not that funny, but it's just fucking ridiculous.
And yet, despite being charged with multiple counts of unlawful sexual encounters with a minor, Jeffrey Epstein gets a sweetheart deal, pleading down to the far lesser charge of penis goofing, and is sentenced to just 1 year in juvenile detention. He's granted his own private underage sex room and can still leave to go to work as a doctor for the U.S. women's gymnastics team.
No, come on, Jesus.
It was a complete molestation of justice.
Don't you dare.
For the next 10 years, Epstein maintains a low profile and mostly molests philanthropically. But in 2019, he's arrested again.
New semen spatter evidence has landed Jeffrey Epstein back behind bars.
For years, we knew who put the semen on Jeffrey Epstein's walls, but we didn't know how. And semen spatter analysis was the missing piece.
We ejaculated on the walls. We ejaculated on the ceiling. And when the ejaculate finally settled, it always pointed to one man.
The judge immediately ordered Epstein to go back to jail and not kill himself.
But then, the unthinkable happens.
The official story is that while in prison, Epstein died peacefully in his noose.
Yeah, but that just never sat right with me.
No, I don't believe it.
You're telling me a pedophile in the prime of his life with decades of molesting still in front of him just suddenly decided to up and kill himself? I mean, come on.
I remember the night Jeff died like it was several years ago. That day, the guards came to my cell and told me I had to leave, but not to worry because Jeff would be busy killing himself, which I always thought was really strange because that's against prison rules, and Jeff loved following the rules.
In all my years of being a federal prosecutor, I've never seen a more botched government-sanctioned assassination.
Nothing about the autopsy added up.
There were clear signs of a struggle on his neck, wrists, and penis, and the presidential seal had been branded on his chest. Plus, several times during the autopsy, Jeffrey sat up, said he didn't kill himself, and asked if there was anyone around underage who could give him a massage.
If Jeffrey Epstein's corpse admitted that he didn't kill himself, then the question remains, who did?
At 6:30 a.m., guards at the Metropolitan Correctional Center find Jeffrey Epstein dead.
But just 2 minutes earlier, the elite squad of men in charge of killing inmates, known as the Murder Patrol, are unaccounted for.
Then there's the fact that Jeffrey Epstein didn't die that night and actually died over 20 years ago in a fiery car accident.
And finally, there's the missing minutes. When authorities go to review the video footage from Epstein's cell, they find that over 34,689,652 minutes of his life are missing.
There's no footage of his birth.
I was like, wait, I need to figure out how long that is. I was like, oh, wait.
No trace of his childhood in Brooklyn.
All they captured was Epstein being graphically murdered for 1 minute and 3 seconds.
Even to this day, the Trump administration refuses to release the Epstein files. But could it be because Donald Trump himself was implicated?
We know that in 2019, Trump signed an executive order to murder Jeffrey Epstein. Then he signs a second executive order to make the murder look like a suicide.
Could Trump orchestrating Jeffrey Epstein's murder have something to do with Jeffrey Epstein's death? We may never know.
There's still so much we don't know about the night Epstein died, and some things we may never know. But there is one thing we know for certain.
The night Jeffrey Epstein died, his soul departed from his mortal flesh and ascended into heaven, where he met God the Father Almighty and his Son, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
When Epstein went to heaven and stared directly into the face of God, it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen.
And a lot of people thought maybe things will be different now. Maybe he's changed.
After Epstein dies, he doesn't even do 1 week in purgatory. Then, poof, he's in heaven talking to God.
Does that sound normal to you? Oh.
The story of Jeffrey Epstein is so outlandish that it's easy to see why it lends itself so well to conspiracy theories. But ideas like he was able to get away with these horrific things for so long because he was rich and powerful, and his friends were rich and powerful, and that's how this country treats the rich and powerful, simply have no basis in reality.
No, that's not true. No truth to that, no.
And outlandish conspiracies like that really only exist to distract from the truth, which is the fact that Jeffrey Epstein was a pretty cool guy.
Oh yeah, he was incredible. Had bedroom eyes. The ladies know what I'm talking about.
He had money, he had mansions, he got laid.
Big house.
He had a plane, probably 2 planes.
Oh yeah, I was on his plane. It was sweet.
He had his own freaking sex island. He was awesome.
I would have gone in a heartbeat.
Say what you want about him, but this guy had spunk. He had charisma.
And I think that if
Jeffrey Epstein were alive today, I think he'd be pretty happy with how it all turned out.
If he was. What a goofy ass. The Trump administration in 2025, the Trump administration cleared the Trump administration of any wrongdoing by the Trump administration. The life and death of Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, pertaining to the life and death of Jeffrey Epstein, sorry. They only made one mistake. What? Monka. Interesting. My favorite thing to say. Oh, it's not over. Post credit. All their hilarious photos. Get a second shot. That one was pretty good. That one I did not expect. And that's it. Okay, making sure. Okay. Well, not as long today for me. Seems like everyone's kind of like chilling out, doing other stuff. So I won't drag it on too long. And also, I should be sure to work out and work on video editing today. Also, I have to visit my brother. Got to deliver that fucking Power Fist thing. So I should finish sanding off some of those fingers so they're a little easier to fucking pull. And my arm is well healed since I was like pulling on those and working out my forearm unnecessarily strong. So I know when to call it. I know when everybody's fucking gone for the day. So goodbye. I got to watch a 20 fucking minute Jeffrey Epstein joke and no one even knew. Everyone said a word. So we are done. If anyone watches this VOD for some reason, I will be on tomorrow. Goodbye.